Okay, it's 7 o'clock on a Monday night. Today is the collective committee meeting, along with some standing committees of council. It begins at 7 o'clock. I've made the call to the order, and at this point, it's time for public input. Anybody wishing to discuss any matter in the city involving city business is welcome to come to the microphone. Please state your name and what city you live in, and we'll be glad to hear what you have to say for up to 5 minutes. So if you want to come forward, just raise your hand. I'll call on you, and you can come on up. Who wants to be first? Come on up, sir. Got your clock ready?
Yes, I do.
Welcome.
Hi,
Hi, good evening. Name and city you live in, please.
my name is Mike Sinobrinya. I
What
live
was the
in
last name?
Sinobrinya.
Okay.
I live in Avon, Lake, Ohio.
Perfect. Can you spell your last name for the clerk, please?
Capital C, R-N-O, B as in boy, R-N-J-A.
Cernobio? Did I say that?
Sinobrinya, four syllables, Sinobrinya.
Mr. Sinobrinya, welcome.
Thank you.
And please reset us time. Thank you.
Hi. I know everybody's concerned about health. And I put together some health information. I hope that it was passed out. Yes, it was.
I did. I emailed.
I gave all these types of arthritis and skin conditions to the Avon Lake Police Department and to the Avon Lake Fire Department. I talked to two officers there, Lieutenant Mercer at the Avon Lake Fire Department, and it was a young guy. He was filling in, I think he said, for detectives. When a person has arthritis, their doctor should tell them the name of the arthritis. And the people should be informed what is the inflammation that causes their type of arthritis. And the people should have a list from the doctor, being able to work with a nurse or a dietitian, what foods, drinks, supplements, and prescription drugs have that inflammation. Because if a person allows their body to detoxify, they feel better for a while, but when they go back to the old diet, all of a sudden they're in very severe pain until the body detoxifies more of the existing inflammation. So I did give that. I'm told you guys, I confirm you have copies. And I did a by the math program. And by the math, just what I'm going to present here and here would save this, and I'm going to give you another copy for everybody.
I didn't have that one. Okay.
On there, I have my list on the page 4 of what I just handed Valerie, a list of ignored researchers. They have been officially debunked by what was termed as valid pharmaceutical research. And nobody should have to take prescription drugs for these. Nobody should have to take supplements. We should know what causes osteomalacia, osteopenia, osteonecrosis, and osteoporosis. And we should know how to reverse it on page 2 there. I put some more information. I put down natural blood thinners, which would wipe out Coumadin, known as warfarin, rat poison. And most people can have oranges, lemons, limes, and tangerines. And if they eat them at room temperature with the fiber, the inflammation will be cleared out of the arteries. And also, as natural blood thinners, they won't raise the blood, they won't make the blood go up, and they won't make the blood go down. They'll keep them normal. And that would be the end of Coumadin, as prescribed by medical doctors. And on page 4, because I'm running out of time, I titled it Ignored Researchers. These researchers have been officially debunked by what was termed as valid pharmaceutical research. I do not believe the drug companies. I believe these researchers. And when you look at a list of them, number 9 is Foods That Harm, Foods That Heal by Reader's Digest. Instead of having surgery with stents and a pacemaker and a number of prescription drugs with numerous known side effects, because they use the word known, because there may be more unknown side effects on the drugs, which range from 43 to 68. This book lists everything in the headache chapter, because I start with migraine headaches and ripple and recycle. Instead of that surgery and all those drugs for the rest of my life, that book gave me the answer, and I was putting too much caffeine in my body. 7 out of 10 people get better with caffeine. 3 out of 10 people get worse with caffeine. I'm in the minority. So I'm gonna wrap it up because I'm almost finished. And I hope you guys will look at it. And I intend to give this additional copy to the police and to the Avon Lake firefighters. And I'm hoping that there'll be an opening there at the firehouse, a health center, because I would like to invite the pastors, the priests, other Bay Village, Sheffield Lake, Avon. I've been to the county commissioners, I've been to a lot. And since nobody believes me, I'm bringing you the evidence.
Thank you. I'll make sure that that gets passed along, what you gave to Ms. Rosmarin to me. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. My name's Mary McNeely, and I've been a resident of Avon Lake for about 10 years. And after listening to or watching the video of the last meeting, I just want to say that I am not in favor of this code of ordinance overlay approvement 1219, and would like it not approved by council and the mayor, and then go back for further studies. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. McNeely. Come on up. Welcome.
Steve Vogel, 178 Forest Hill Drive, Avon Lake. I'm going to speak on the same topic. First, I would like to say that I did send a letter to council and the mayor regarding the power plant development. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Benderbosch for replying to me, very thoughtful and informative. There's probably some things there that I didn't realize, but, and I won't take long, but I just want to reiterate what I think a lot of people out there are thinking, that if you add 1,200 units, I don't know if that's what's going to happen, and I know you can't have 0, that's what I would prefer, but if you add 1,200 units of residential there, it's really going to change the shape of Avon Lake. It's going to change our town drastically. That's how I feel. It's going to add a lot of traffic. As we all know, traffic's bad enough already. So I don't know the exact ins and outs of the ordinance and what the one will do and what the ones we have already will do. But I think what stands right now at the 1218, I feel that's, if we're going to have residential there along with the other development, I think that's sufficient. And I think if you adopt this new one, 1219, I don't like the direction that we'll be heading with that. I know what happens with developers. They're going to take as much as they can. They're going to want to make as much money as they can. I doubt that any of them live here. I'm not saying that they don't care about us, but I think they care a lot more about making money off of a great piece of property on the lakefront. So I ask you to carefully consider trying to minimize any large-scale residential developments down there on the lakeshore, whatever you can do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel.
Thank you.
Who wants anybody else? Come on up.
Malachi Witt, Avon Lake.
Welcome, Mr. Witt.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. I just wanted to come up and in person state that I'm also against zoning overlay ordinance 1219. I think it's important that all the residents, in some form or fashion, make contact with your representatives. Social media is not taken seriously, and so you need to contact them specifically, individually, whether it's email, whether it's face-to-face. We all need to communicate clearly how we feel about this. My position, as for all the reasons I iterated last week, is that we need to, once again, flush 219 down the toilet. We need to send this back to planning. We need more planning. We need more information. We need answers to all the questions that residents have asked. But to my second point, Mr. Council President, would you agree that the city council are elected by the voters of Avon Lake? Would you agree with that?
Certainly.
Would you agree that the members of the school board are also elected by the voters of Avon Lake?
I would agree with that, and I'd also would add that I think more people should vote. Go ahead.
I would also agree.
Tomorrow.
100%.
Tomorrow is voting day.
More
actually,
people
yes.
need to vote, yes. Vote tomorrow. Based on those two statements of fact, would you agree that both sides, city council and the school board, that they're playing for the same team? Or on the same side? They're working for the voters of Avon Lake. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that we're all working for the voters of Avon Lake, yes.
Yes. I would agree with that. And so my point is, and what I'm confused about is that only one city council member has publicly made statements about the fact that the TIF associated with this is a negative on the schools. It takes funding away, and there is no hard, substantial plan to backfill the loss of revenue for the school system. And so what I'm confused about is that city council, if there's a bad deal for the schools, it's a bad deal for city council. If it's a bad deal for city council, it's a bad deal for schools. The two teams, the two entities are playing for the same team, and they should be supporting each other on these issues. And I was disappointed to hear a school board member come up last week and make the statements that he had not been contacted by city council, that these talks had not been going on. And so it concerns me that we've got two entities that are elected by the same body of people, and they're not working together. They should be on the same team. They should both be supporting things that benefit the city. And that's what I'm deeply concerned about, is that this deal is a bad deal for the schools. There's a greater than zero chance there will be more students that come out of possibly 1,200 units. We're asking them to take on more students and take less funding. That's fundamentally a net negative. So I'll leave it at that, that I would like to see more support from city council to why are we allowing things like 219 that are from the start a bad deal for the schools? Why is it even on the table? We shouldn't be considering these things unless they're good for the entire team, which is the voters of Avon Lake. That's it. Thank you.
Red. Did you? Oh, okay. Come on up. Good evening.
Good evening. Craig Taylor, Avon Lake. I'm new to Avon Lake. I first came to Avon Lake in September of 2020. I was scouting, looking for a place to relocate from across the country. And I remember sitting in the parking lot at Jake's having lunch during the COVID era, thinking this was a really nice small town. So ultimately, my wife and I chose Avon Lake. We purchased a small home in the Vineyard Beach area and moved in August of 2021. And I just want to say I'm not opposed, I'm not anti-development. I made my living in the construction industry, closing my small company when we moved. But we moved to Avon Lake for many of the things that the mayor describes in his pro-issue 13 statements. But unfortunately, to me, most of those have disappeared. The one that hits hardest is the increase in taxes, the levy on top of levy, and then the county's property tax increase. So I do oppose this development. I oppose any development that requires a TIF to make it viable for the developer. And I understand a TIF is not a direct tax increase, but the effects are devastating on a small community, especially the schools of that community 10, 20, and 30 years later. We all would like to see a nice lakeside park, but not one that only benefits new residents that live near this proposed park. The plans I have seen show no public parking. I believe the developer is going to benefit the most, and if the developer and his development benefits the most, they should at least, donate the land for the park. It's going to be the direct benefit to their development. But after some research and checking into this a little bit, I really strongly feel that Chapter 218 is sufficient for the development to move forward, and I strongly oppose 219. There are just too many unanswered questions. What's the full infrastructure plan? Who pays for it? Is the TIF revenue sufficient to cover all that? The park, the land acquisition, construction, if 219 was passed. And there are just question after question that haven't been answered. Remediation. Who's responsible for all those costs? Us, the taxpayers? Everyone sitting here? What's the role of the county parks, metro parks in this whole deal? And is there a plan with that shows the operating costs of the park? Who pays those? I guess I'm here to urge the city council to hit the pause button on 219 until there's a detailed plan of all the costs involved. And this is the first time I've ever been to a city council meeting ever. But I strongly feel that 219 is just, I think you're getting pushed around by a big developer. And, I hope that my comments and the comments of the other citizens here don't fall on deaf ears. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you're welcome to come anytime you want on a Monday night. We're more than happy to have you.
I'm only watching.
All right, good. Who else would like to come forward? Good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Gerald Phillips, 20-year resident of Avon Lake, not an out-of-town developer, not a consultant who's going to be reimbursed by ALERG like Todd Davis, who made $500,000. I'm not getting paid, but I'm a concerned citizen. I gave everybody at the last meeting my proposal for changes to 1219. I'm not opposed to an overlay district, but I haven't heard one discussion about any of those proposals. Mine says that we need a TIA required in that section, not like Ms. Fenderboss says that we got 1234. 1234 lists 4 things where a TIA is required. Doesn't cover the lakefront district. So it needs to be in 1219. Also, there's no requirement in 1232 for a landscaping plan for a lakefront district. So we need that in there too. And those 2 examples shows how the Planning Commission really didn't look at 1219 because they didn't look at the rest of the code. If they would have looked at the rest of the code, they would have thought about those 2 sections. All right? And the same with parking. There's no parking on anywhere in 1219 to deal with it. Nothing. And we know there's going to be 2,400 cars. And we need a parking plan and parking requirements, and it should specifically reference 1234. And other cities that have high-rise have lot coverage requirements for high-rise apartments. There's nothing in our 1219, which is another short citing by the Planning Commission. They gave you something that was incomplete, needs to go back. They don't even talk about accessory structures that need to be in 1219. It's blank. It's a blank slate. So when you get a plan and it's going to be approved based on this 1219, we don't know what's required and what's not. I put in there items that would be applicable to 1219. Another short citing of it. Also, I added a section for 1214, which is impact studies. And we know that this development is going to require studies because it's going to affect the whole city of Avon Lake. It needs a TIA, as I indicated. It needs a thoroughfare plan. It should comply with the Economic Recovery and Resiliency Plan. And it should comply with the subdivision regulations, which specifically says that any development should have infrastructure for traffic concurrent with the development. There's nothing in 1219 that requires that. Nothing. We also need studies as far as a park improvement maintenance plan for this park acquisition, as far as what we're gonna do. We don't know what we're gonna put in there. We don't have a financial impact study on the financial condition of the city as far as increasing tax revenue and the cost of services. I heard for the income tax increase, we had an increase in population in the last 10 years of 2,500, and that's why we need the tax increase. 2,500, we're gonna add 2,400 just by this development alone. So based on that analogy, which the mayor indicated, we're gonna need another income tax increase. Another income tax increase. This 1219 is specifically for ALERG. It may be called a district, but in essence, it's a rezoning of the property for ALERG. As soon as you pass that, ALERG can come in the next day, they can apply for it, and in this city, it's basically stuck with it. And all the benefits and all the leverage that you have, you just flushed it down the toilet. Mr. Shamir showed that they got an upside of $400 million by increasing that density. $400 million. What did the city get? Got to buy the parkland, got to do the improvements, $30 million, take $30 million from the school district, have to maintain that the park forever, have potential issues with the lakefront. We got a purchase agreement that doesn't give us access to the beach. And Mr. Davis comes up here and lies to you. He says, well, it's because of the environmental hazards. That's why we didn't put it in. But you put the parkland in the purchase sale agreement, which has environmental hazards. That's another untruth. It's his third lie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Zimmerman.
Good evening, William Zimmerman. So I'd like to start by offering my condolences to the family of the young girl who committed suicide. She was a junior at the high school. She'd been cutting herself. She'd been asking for help, and nobody found it. Nobody saw it. Nobody spoke to a parent to try to get her help before she took her life. Anyhow. Excuse me. So I want to talk about the three strong entities that we have here in Avon Lake. We have Avon Lake Regional Water, best facility on the Great Lakes. We have Avon Lake City Schools, which used to be one of the main attractions that we had for people to move here. And then we have the city administration. As Mr. Malachi Witt said, we would hope they would work together. I don't believe they are. I understand that the school board has to make the final vote in regards to the TIF will be passed or not. But hopefully we're still a ways from that. My point was going to be is that we're building a new school behind Learwood, different Learwood. One for 5th and 6th graders, one for 7th and 8th graders on opposite sides of the building. Center section there where they'll have common grounds for eating and auditorium and things of that nature. Great idea. Previous administration had guaranteed that they would work together with the school district in regards to the fact that the road may have to be widened and a turn lane would have to be put in. Possibly a light. $1 million. It's my understanding that this administration and some of the planning members had a meeting with the school district representative with superintendent and was told by Mr. Esborn, we're going to treat you like every other developer and you have to put in your own stuff. So that means that this administration won't uphold the things that Mr. Zilka had agreed to. Why would that be? It's pathetic. As I say many times, I don't understand. You know, Avon Lake does a lot of deals with a handshake. I would think that they would continue to do that. $1 million they now want the school district to pay for to improve a left-hand turn lane and a light. Uncomprehendable. So, a couple other things since I only have 1:20. Tomorrow's election day. As I've said many times, we need to quit electing idiots. Do not vote for Mr. Riddell. That's why he's X'd out on my sweatshirt. Running for county commissioner. He's a corrupt man. I don't know if you all know, but the county commissioners were raided. Their computers and documents and information taken last Thursday. It's because they're corrupt. Just like I believe our mayor is. So in the meeting last week, at the end of it, the mayor came from behind the DS to meet with our attorneys who are just arriving. Not to meet with citizens after the meeting, not to meet with co-counsel, but to meet with our lawyers. Why were they so important? Why was that the first person he had to go see? Collusion? Corruption? I have no idea. I'm not a part of it. I wasn't part of their meeting. Citizens of Avon Lake, beware.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. All right, hold on. Yeah, you're good.
Beth Wallace, Avon Lake, since 2010. I'm speaking up regarding the proposed 2019 overlay zoning. I also disagree with the need and the details of it. I think it's incomplete. And I think that the current 2018 covers, it was passed previously, hopefully with quite a bit of thought, and it seems to cover everything that should be needed. The 1219 simply increases the value of the property, which is lovely, but it's lovely for the developer, and it increases their profit, yet increases our costs, which is not so lovely. So again, I think the 1218 is perfectly fine. Their complaint that they can't advertise, they can't market the property, they can't adequately find proposed tenants doesn't really sit well. They have a marketing video on their website, Avon Young, showing 1,300 plus units, and it's probably not completely accurate, maybe need to be updated, but they're marketing 1,300 plus units, 150,000 square feet of office, and 50,000 square feet of retail. They're marketing the property to retail, housing, and office. So their claim that they can't market the property unless 1219 is passed doesn't really make a lot of sense. Additionally, if they're marketing this, and they think they are, or they think they need this and they're going to market it, where are all the economic plans that show what the area can support? Can economically, what's our benefits to the city economically? Can our infrastructure support it? Can the school system support it? If those reports are part of the NDNA, that's something that citizens want to know and should know. Additionally, part of that NDA is the environmental. We know that land needs work. We certainly know the beach needs work, and we can't access the water there without hazards. So where is that information available to the citizens? I think that's kind of an important one. Also, this 1218, 1219 plan, Avon Lake put together the comprehensive plan back in 2018, 2019. We should have, it would seem to be, that we have a long-term plan. Hopefully it's more than just 6 or 7 years. Most cities should look at 10, 25, 50-year plans. So where is all of this lying into that? These decisions should kind of already have been made several years ago when we started this. One thing that kind of came up with all of that also, and Mr. Witt brought up that everybody should be working for the interests of the residents who are paying everyone's salary, who voted for everybody. Yet the 2024 interim develop agreement, it was just an interesting spot. One of the sections says that the city administration agrees certain provisions if approved by city council. But yet section 2E just says that a TIF will be used, which is really not, the two people who signed the agreement, that's really not their decision, but it says in 2E they will be used. And in 3, it says city administration will support the owner's application of the zoning overlay. Not if council approves, they will just support the application. And there's a side note, the council shall not delay or condition its adoption. So back in 2024, that sounds just concerning. As Ms. Whip pointed out, everybody's supposed to be working for the citizens, not the developers. I would hope that the mayor and all the council would support us, not the owner's application as the primary question. All of that also leads right into issue 13 with, if we're supposed to be buying this land, we're supposed to be cleaning up this land, or we just get stuck with at least the beach that we can't clean up. Where is all this money coming from? Obviously, issue 13 is saying we don't even have money to pay for what we currently need because of increases in population and its toll on infrastructure in the schools. Well, as is pointed out, adding those people, adding those extra costs, the city doesn't have the money, apparently. So if we're not even sure if we're gonna get issue 13 to pass and we can't afford the current bills, how are we expect to take on additional bills at the same time that we're cutting the funding for the schools that obviously are needed, as Bill pointed out, to support our schools. Our schools still need help. They don't need less money, and they don't need less money now with more money 30 years down the road. They need money, they need the support from everybody now. And then the whole question of whether the TIF's even gonna be approved. I don't understand why this whole thing is being banked on the city, the school maybe not approving it. Are they gonna be strong-armed so that they have to approve it because that interim development agreement says there'll be a TIF? Just a lot of questions that I think residents deserve answers for. They deserve reports that are being hid, and the 1219 should just be scrapped and stick with what we have on the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Mr. Schneider, come on up.
Good evening. Glenn Schneider, been here almost 50 years.
Thank you.
Just following up from last week, I brought up that, we should pump the brakes, as I said, especially with the environmental issue part of this thing. Seems to be glossing over that. And when you...
He'd asked for you to speak up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Especially with the environmental, sorry, Mr. Smith.
Sorry. You're fine.
And so then Mr. Schmier addressed it a few times, and he said he put in for information, waited 27 months, if I'm correct on that. And I just wanted to say he's going to get that the next following Wednesday. So I hope tonight, I don't know what's on his agenda, that's going to be presented in what form it can. It's now contained within the non-disclosure agreement. But I should think right now that, that every one of you that are going to be voting on this, do a little soul searching, look at this room. I haven't heard one person get up here and say that this is the 1219 should be the way to go. I mean, it's overwhelming. The people that have come, they're starting to speak forward. Maybe it didn't start out that way. I know you've been saying you've been doing this for a long time, just getting this preparing for the last couple of years. But now it's gone to crunch time. And it shouldn't be just put on the school board. I'm saying across the board here, It should be stopped, looked at even closer. Don't need the overlay. Work with what we got in 1218, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to come forward?
Say a few words.
Come on up.
My name's Terry Collins. I've lived here for 30 years. I kind of pay attention to politics and what goes on in the city. Not as much detail as I do in state and federal government, but for someone who does pay attention, what I know about the details of this development, it shocks me. I know very little other than I have some questions. And these people are here bringing up important questions. Why aren't the details, like, how are we going to handle the traffic? All the roads going over that way, there's no quick access to the interstates from there. So we're going to have a lot more traffic on our already busy streets. What's the plan for that? So if there is one, I'd like to see it. Remediation of the pollution that's there. We know there's going to be some. Is it that we're afraid that if we start digging that we're going to find out it can't be developed, so it's best to just gloss over it? I mean, I know that kind of thing happens. It's like, well, it doesn't really make any difference in the end whether it gets remediated properly. You're just going to open a can of worms. Is that what we're worried about? And also, this city really needs more public access to the waterfront. That is some leverage that the city government has over these developers. That's the last piece of property here that really gives an opportunity for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, to use that, the leverage. It's the last piece we have for development. And that's a really important piece of the puzzle, I think, for Avon Lakers. That access needs to be guaranteed, and we really need to understand how it's going to be done. No parking for it? I just need to know more. You know, where can I find out the answers to these questions that everybody seems to have here? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Anyone else? All right, I'm not seeing anyone else coming forward. I'm going to close the public input section of tonight's collective committee meeting, and we're on to the standing committees of council. The first one listed is Building and Utilities. The chair is Ms. Gentry. It's your meeting now, Ms. Gentry.
Good evening. We'll call the Building and Utilities meeting to order. The time is 7:48. 38.
38.
Let's see, Mr. Reynolds and Mr. Shamir are both present, so we do have full quorum. So we'll go ahead and call to order. First issue is approval of meeting minutes. The minutes were enclosed. Any issues? Seeing none, we'll approve as written. And then the first unfinished business was the coal yard update. And Mr. Liskovic was able to send out a scope of work for that investigation. Mr. Shamir, I know that you had some feedback on that. So do you want to go ahead and discuss?
So, Mr. Liskovic and I, we sat and went through the scope of work, and we did some minor modifications, and I think it's now in the process of being floated in the market so that we can hire a contractor that can come in and.
So we need to approve that here first, though? So, and I also know that Ms. Goodwin from Environmental wanted to take a look before we complete that. So let's get that done. Can we get the final version and send that to Ms. Goodwin and myself as soon as possible?
Sure.
Thanks. Okay. So did you want to comment on the changes that from the scope, the original scope?
It was more fine tuning. The scope did not change much. Effectively, what we discussed is issues specific to the project, but not having specificity to specific items, so that when the consultant comes in, they can do a thorough assessment without being influenced by any historical information.
Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Goodwin also gets a copy of that, because I know that she's been interested in that as well. So,
And I'll make sure it happens.
okay. So before we make a final decision, we need to have the review and approval. All right, the next item of business was, last year we had addressed short-term rentals and put some guardrails around short-term rental properties. So we had tabled the long-term rental discussion just because we wanted to ensure that we got this short-term across the line. So I started conversations with the building inspector and with Mr. Peter over at the fire department, and so they gave us a couple of pieces of feedback. The primary concern was that we don't have the exterior property maintenance code, the ICC code, as part of our ordinances. So that would be the first step of this process. I did not get a copy out to council members, so I will send that out to council. We have reviewed it in the past when we were doing the short-term rentals and used parts of it for the short-term rental, but I'll send that out again to council. And then that was the feedback from the building, and then Mr. Peter was concerned about the just the safety and needing to do inspections. So part of the concern that Mr. Carlton had sent, sorry, forgot to mention this, but if we were to adopt that, the property maintenance code, it would also require property maintenance inspections, and we would need to fund resources, people to do those inspections. So I don't know how many long-term rentals we have in the city. Is that something, Mayor, do we have an idea of how many long-term rentals? Do we have any way to know that? Do we have any certifications required at this point?
There's no current certification, so it would have to be done either by the surveys that are done.
Okay.
Or, there's really not a good way to know that, generally speaking.
Okay, Ms. Vanderbosch?
Thank you. I think one of the things that the chief of building official brought up was that the ICC exterior property maintenance code and those that would be inspectors cannot be in the building department, or we will lose our certification. They would actually need to go through community development. And right now we have one property maintenance person. So I think this is something that you're going to have to work with the administration on and find out how they want to progress. Because once you have a code, if we were to adopt it, how will we enforce it? And why have a code if it can't be enforced?
Yep, that's why we're here.
But I agree that it's needed. I mean, we all have received complaints over the years of substandard housing that individuals are renting long-term, to the point that several of them I know I've been involved, and I think some others, to help people find new homes because these houses were actually demolished because they weren't even habitable.
Okay.
So I support you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on council? No. Mr. Shamir?
So, nothing, I've got a comment of added issues, and I'll wait until.
Okay, yeah, so as far as moving this along, what I would like to do is, we'll talk, I'll reach out to Mayor and Mr. Carlton. We can start those discussions about what it would take. And I don't see, we can work on the documentation, but I don't see actually adopting it due to the added expense of needing inspectors. I'm assuming this would have to be part of budgeting process, so I don't see us getting anything implemented before budgeting and start up next year if that passes. So we'll make sure that we work towards getting there, but it would have to be part of budgeting. All right, so that was all I had as far as that goes. I did start investigating, another topic was legislation on AI for the city usage as part of the communications, and so I've, Mr. Osmarin was able to pull some, where was that from? That South Amherst has a policy, and I will be sharing that with council to start considering that as well. So we can start those discussions next month. And Mr. Shamir, you had something else?
Actually, I've got 3 items that I just wanted to touch on. First was First Energy and power outages. Do we have a specific, any specific information on when they will be coming in?
So he was going to come this month, but I pushed him off. I don't remember if I got a specific date, but it's going to be either the first or the second CCM in June.
Okay. Because I've got residents who want to attend that meeting, and I just need to inform them
Okay.
accordingly. The next item that I had was discoloration of water at City Hall. It's been brought up, at least to my attention, a number of times, and I understand that Avon Lake Regional Water has come in and tested the water coming into the building, and there is not an issue. Do we have any idea what is causing the discoloration of that water and what we're doing to rectify the problem?
So currently, right now, we're still drawing samples. We're trying to find a source of it, and we're just trying to try to trace it throughout the building where it may be coming from. But unfortunately, it's a little more challenging. I'm working on trying to find a consultant to help us with that situation.
Have we checked boilers and inspected them?
Boilers are inspected yearly. There's backflow on the makeup water, which was intact but was changed out just in an abundance of caution. But it was in place and there was no issue with it. But we did update the backflow for the boiler.
Have we tested the water ourselves internally and got any analysis on that water to see if it's okay? Is it just oxidation or something else?
We've had Avon Lake Regional Water has been doing the testing for us. They have the lab and facility to do it. So we have not gone out to a third party to have it tested to compare results.
Can we get a copy of that, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Mr. Liskovic. Mr. Liskovic, did this occur after the water was turned off for a period of time, then turned back on? So there could be sediment in the pipes that has now been pushed forward because it's been turned back on with pressure? You're talking about the drinking water, correct?
Yes,
But it's only in part of the building.
correct, from my understanding.
So the question is, was the water turned off? And
Yes,
then when it turned on,
we had to
that's
turn
that
off the
when it
water
came?
numerous times. Anytime we have to do any kind of service work, replacing shutoff valves for sinks or fixtures or stuff like that, the building has to be turned off. So every time we replace one, that is turned off and then turned back on. I think it's escalated, maybe we'll say, with the recent repair of a couple shutoff valves that were done.
And I just want to reiterate, the Avon Lake Regional Water Testing has found the water safe to drink. It's just discolored. So we're trying to find that source.
I have one more.
Yes,
if I
Mr.
may.
Shamir.
The next item, I know that we fixed the majority of the leaks in the basement, but I was recently shown a video of water coming down electrical panels that was recent to the recent rain events. Is that something that is part of the current rectification program, and is that going to impact future mold and other issues, and are we taking care of that as well?
We are taking care of that. It was essentially a direct result of the utility pole replacement out in front of City Hall due to that windstorm. Conduits into the building were compromised. We have a couple, we've executed a couple different repair measures to prevent that, but that video that you may have seen happened shortly after rain event, and we had a contractor out to address the water intrusion. But it's a work in progress because we're chasing various building penetrations to try to tighten it up and prevent any further.
And was that something that First Energy is taking responsibility for, or is that on us?
Per their, I guess their rules and regulations, it's on us.
It's on us.
Yep.
That's right.
Unfortunately.
I would greatly appreciate getting a copy of the closeout and just having an update in this meeting of where we are with those issues. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the power outages, the First Energy coming to a public meeting, is that regarding citywide power outages, or is this going to cover the West Side plan, the fixing of the power situation on the west side of town? Is it going to address that, or is this more of a general?
No, there were 4 items. So one was the an update of the project. The other was the Ward 2. The third one was introduction of our new representative, because they've switched again, and just a general feedback and update of what they're working on.
Okay, so they will give us an update on the
Yeah.
project. Okay, great. And just for what it's worth, I refilled my water bottle downstairs and it's not discolored. So so far so good.
All right. Yes.
I'd like to share with the residents, my insurance company got a hold of me, my home insurance company, and informed me that there is a free TING monitoring device that you can send for. I have Nationwide. I don't know if other insurances have it. And we plug it in, and it gives us a daily. We had surges and we had brownouts we weren't even aware of. And we have a report every week as to what that is. And I'm going to be giving my report to Madam Chairwoman. And if any of you have it, I think that would be very helpful, no matter where you live. She talked about a couple different areas in Avon Lake, but I think you'd be open to have it from all over Avon Lake. Again, it's TING. It's a voltage report, and you can see, by hour what's happening at my house. And we had outages we weren't even aware of because we were asleep, right? Then they came back up. But I think it's very good to record.
And that was
those.
free?
This is free, yes, absolutely.
Very cool.
From the to the insurance company. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. There was a letter sent out by First Energy April 26th, which talks about their rate increases, which are going to go into effect beginning July of 27. I'm going to pass this down for your committee to take a look at, see if there's anything that we should do. It discusses that they're going to put the rate plan in place sometime in May. So if I just pass that down and your committee can take a look at it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else have any comments, questions? Seeing none, we'll open it up for public. Any public want to talk about building and utility issues?
3 minutes.
Mr. Zimmerman, you have 3 minutes.
William Zimmerman, Avon Lake. So I'd like to talk about coal yard and the connection point there that I've said many times I believe was an illegally done event. There were no permits. Nobody checked to see what the EPA was doing about it. None of those things. Those are all regular criteria to be met to make a connection point like that into our sewer system. And I believe that that's been swept under the rug. This would have included the ex-mayor, Mr. Zilka, Gaydar, and obviously the water company, as in either Rob Monroe or somebody like that, who would have helped to make a decision in regards to that. So I attended the Metro Parks meeting recently in regards to the maintenance and the things that would be done on the south side of the road as well on the north. Much to my chagrin, they made it abundantly clear there is no interest in maintaining the park space for Miller Road. So everything the mayor has said in regards to that has been a lie. Mr. Minnick, who just showed up, he and I had conversation about it. I asked, he said no formal agreement has ever been reached and that no interest in the smokestack because they still have concerns about the stability of the stack and whether or not it's a safe environment area to be working, to have staff underneath, cutting the grass, doing all those things. So from my standpoint, everything the mayor has said on this has been false and a lie. I thank you for my time.
Thank you.
Gerald Phillips, Avon Lake. I think a few meetings ago, I asked for public records, and I asked for the Verdantis report that said that the quality of the water from that discharge was checked and appropriate, and no pollutants were going into the lake. I have yet to receive it. I don't know why. And I've spoken about the fact that the problem with the coal yard, was the fact that we had people who disregarded the city ordinances. We didn't have an engineer. We were supposed to have a stormwater management person who was supposed to authorize the connections. In lieu of that, the mayor, Zilka, took upon himself to contact Mr. Monroe at the Avon Lake Regional Water, and then he engaged Mr. Gaydar to do it. And that illegal connection was done at a time that's very suspicious, because it was done at the time, okay, that ALERG was selling that property to the Avon Lake Regional Water. At the time when that connection was being made, and it should have been approved. And as we sit here today, even though it may be supposedly approved by Verdantis, I'm not aware of any permit issue or any approval by Ohio EPA. So I would like a copy of Verdantis' report. We do pay him, right, as a consultant, and I'm sure he's been paid, very healthily. And so I like a copy of it because I like to see whether or not they complied with the codified ordinances. Every subdivision that gets approved gets two calculations in their subdivision for their retention pond. One, to make sure the capacity can handle a 100-year flood plus one freeboard. Plus, they have to get a report that says the discharge from that retention pond meets water quality standards, which are in our codified ordinances. And if they're not, then that's a violation. And somebody should have been cited. So I'd like a copy of that report to see if it was done properly. Thank you.
Ms. Rossmarin, is that something you can provide, or who can provide that? Mr. Shamir?
That report, I think, needs to come from Avon Lake Regional Water. That's who actually commissioned that program, if I'm not mistaken. I think the mayor.
That is correct, yes.
And as far as the connection, that is part of this lessons learned session. So the lessons learned session is supposed to go through the process that was effectively in place at the time when the connection was made. It's supposed to look at where the failures were so that we can put controls in place so that that doesn't happen in the future. That is the lessons learned that we specifically discussed earlier, and that's what the contract is for. Thank you.
I think I have 36 seconds left. I've mentioned many times the procedure that should be done. As I sit here today, I haven't heard anybody take my suggestions on how to improve it based on my knowledge as an attorney and reviewing it. I haven't heard one word. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? No. Mr. Witt?
Amy, I think, I can't remember, it was a while ago, there was some discussion about conducting an evaluation of the municipal buildings and their status as far as, just for lack of a better, it's simpler, just like with the roads, like we've evaluated the roads and we know which ones are in A, B, C, D, F condition. And I thought there was a discussion about doing that for the buildings, and I was curious if that had been done.
That did not get approved in the budget. So Mr. Liskovic is trying to address that as part of his ongoing budget. So Mr. Liskovic, do you want to speak to what we've accomplished so far?
Right. So to your point, yes, it was not approved to do a comprehensive all facility study. So as I discussed with Councilwoman Gentry, as we watch funds throughout this season, to be able to pick a building and do them one at a time. Yes, it would be great to be able to plow through and do them all at once. But obviously, we've got to balance a bunch of things. So that's kind of the plan of attack for that. And I'll know more as we get through probably the end of the third quarter with finances and stuff like that, and then be able to make that determination of what we have left and put an allocation aside for it and move from there.
Okay, so is it safe to say we don't have like a full picture of the state of the city as far as all of our buildings, what condition they're in, what cost is involved in getting them up to acceptable standards? And the reason why I'm bringing this up is just because, we're talking about voting tomorrow on a tax increase just for the roads because the capital improvement budget is empty. And so I think it's important to know, like, not only the state of our roads, but what's also connected to that budget are all of our buildings. And years ago, there was discussion about the roof on the firehouse and all these other. And so as a taxpayer and as a resident, I'm concerned that we're being asked to approve for an increase on a very small scope of capital improvements, which is not a small scope, but one part of it, which is just roads, without fully understanding the full scope of our capital improvement situation in the city. Because what I don't want to have happen is after voting on this issue, we get another tax increase for improving buildings or building a firehouse, or because we're not dealing with this comprehensively. So that was I think evaluating all the buildings, it didn't get approved, but I think that's part of what we've been discussing with 219, and the theme of all these other issues is that instead of dealing with them on a case-by-case basis, we need a much larger view plan of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
Hi, my name is Lynn Gates Maroon. My family has been in Avon Lake 191 years. So I think I kind of have a vested interest. My grandmother played cards with the mayor's grandmother way back in the day. I have a question. What happens if the income tax does not get passed? What's the plan?
Ma'am, you need to address Chair
that to me.
over there.
I'm sorry.
at this
I know,
meeting, yes.
She's the
I'm
chair.
sorry. What happens if it doesn't get passed?
I'm going to have to ask the mayor.
If it does not pass, we do budgeting in the fall. We will have to look very closely at our budget, knowing full well that there'll be no money available for capital, and we'll have to adjust our budget with the council's approval accordingly. There's no way to say at this point what can and can't happen. We just know that it's going to be a very difficult situation to support any kind of capital needs if it does not pass.
Because I asked the same question a year ago. The same thing. What happens if we don't have money? What's the 5-year plan for Avon Lake? And I'm not getting an answer. I mean, I'm not. And of course, we've talked about it because I'm on the crappy street. I'm on the poor street. And I was told that it would be 2 years before my street gets done. I don't understand why. I mean, I understand why where'd the money go?
I can defer to the finance director on where the money went, but I will tell you that it's very difficult to do any kind of capital road improvements without funds. They're very expensive. The funding is just not available. I know it's not a great
good answer. It's a terrible
answer.
answer.
No, I think it's a terrible answer, but
It's a horrible answer.
But it is the answer, yeah.
But why
I
do we
agree.
keep building in Avon Lake if we don't have money to support what we're building? And I understand the whole private entity thing and that.
I think you answered your own question. The private owners, if they follow our building and zoning codes, can build. Can't prevent that.
To me, I guess it's the emotional side of me talking,
Sure,
and
I understand.
it's the people that I've graduated with and the people that have lived in Avon Lake forever and ever and ever, and people who have come into Avon Lake.
Mm-hmm.
We're all trying to figure out what the heck happened. Because what happened? Why is it taking 2 years for my road to get fixed?
I would encourage you to go on our website. Some of our information for issue 13 answers a little bit of those questions in greater detail than we can do right now, but certainly there's some answers out there. None of them are good because we just don't have the funds. I agree with you. It's not a good answer.
I know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Can I throw something to the mayor on that?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Claus.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to her question and in your answer, could you talk about the 5-year projection that you did on roads? You guys did put together a list of roads and priorities and grading them. Could you speak to that? So
Sure.
residents, it's not, if this were to pass, there is a sequence of roads that would be done, and that information is out there. Can you speak to that? I think she was kind of going there with some of her questions.
Sure. So we have created a 5-year plan for our roads based upon the pavement management group ratings and also our going out and actually confirming the information that we got from the PMG report, which basically grades every road in the city and puts it at a score. And then based upon those scores, we can determine what kind of action we're going to take, whether it's rejuvenation, crack sealing, partial depth repair, mill and fill, or complete renovation of the roadway. So all of those are in play depending upon the score that each roadway got. Based upon that, we need about $4 million per year to keep the roads at its current rating of, I think, 73, sorry. So to keep our roads at 73, we need approximately $4 million a year. The income tax levy that we have on the ballot for tomorrow would raise that amount of money to keep our roads in good condition and enable us to deal with some of those roads. For example, we've talked a great deal about Surrey Lane. Surrey Lane's in horrible condition. It's not a good road, and it is first on our list, for example, for a complete renovation. But that's about I think we're up to about a $1.3 million cost just for that road alone. So we have to spread that money out over those. If this passes the first year, we will not get all the money that we would get in further years. So the first year would be for more maintenance related. The second year, which would be 28, would be hopefully the time when we would deal with that roadway. But again, these are very expensive projects. We continue to seek Ohio Public Works money and other grant opportunities as they come up. And we wish we could do more. The bottom line is for many years, I mean, I grew up here too, obviously, a lot of the roads that we're now dealing with have never had any major work done to them, and they're running up on 50 years old. And so we're having this perfect storm of roadways that have not been maintained maybe in the best condition, and now they're all running up West Wind's Surrey Lane area, across the street in 83 at Timber Lane. All these roads were built about the same time when we had a building boom, and all those roads are coming up that need to have work done to them. So that's one of our major issues. But the 5-year plan would start addressing those considerably and get a lot of work done. Now, obviously, if it doesn't pass, we can't do that work.
Mr. Shamir.
I have to agree with the mayor. I mean, there is a requirement for funds to get roads done. And there's a 5-year plan that they have painstakingly put together. But what I would also like to say is, if you plan properly, if you understand, because building utilities deals with infrastructure. What is the infrastructure cost if we go down the path of 1219? You need to understand the cost today so that in 10, 15, 30 years, everybody is not sitting across this dais asking, how did we get here? So fundamentally, as the mayor said, this is an expensive endeavor to fix roads. Roads are the conveyor belts that move people in and out. Fundamentally, if you step into something like an infrastructure development that you don't have any clue on what the cost is and what the implication is, then you're doing a disservice. And I think when it comes to infrastructure, we need to have a clear understanding of what is required for another 2,400 vehicles. And if the city is able to pay for it today and into the future. So just as the mayor said, this is a very expensive endeavor and it requires an understanding. A 5-year plan deals with what we have today. If we don't understand what the cost is into the future for this development, we will be here and we will be asking the taxpayers, pay some more. So that is something that I would ask residents to reflect on. Thank you.
So I know that we've been told that, oh, we can wait until, we're too early in the process. We'll just talk about that when we get to the development plan. And what I'm here and what we have seen is that if we wait until our development plan isn't before us, it's too late because we've already committed to 1,200 units. And that's why I am very supportive of needing to do this economic analysis before we pass the 1219. We're advanced, we're still in my committee, but we need to know the numbers and we need to know that the city can support this in the future, because if we don't, we will bankrupt the city.
Just on that point, the mayor pointed out that all these roads were coming due at the same time 50 years ago when all these developments came out, 30 years ago when all they came out. I think just looking back, what we did wrong then and what we can do differently now. Like you said, they had the money to develop it. We've got the money to develop all those houses over by Huntington and over by Las Margaritas, but do we have the money to help the roads 10, 20 years from now? Just like they had the money then, they don't have the money now to fix the roads. Proper planning prevents bad performance. But you need to plan not just what we can afford to do now, but how do you maintain it for 30 years?
This is why we also need that economic development plan in place before we commit to doing these things. Because if we don't do that, we will have problems. And if our code does not say today that an economic development plan or that economic development plan is further down the line, if our ordinances are not in place to have that analysis done up front when we're doing these developments, then I don't know how. That is exactly how we got here, because it doesn't seem to me that we've been doing the analysis to determine if our commerce and retail can help support what we are spending. Because if you look at the income tax, only if this passes, 0.4% of the income tax for residents will come to the city. If you work outside of Avon Lake, you're paying income tax and it is not coming to the city. And that is what part of the reason why we need this income tax to pass, is because we need to keep that money in the city to support what we are doing today, because the businesses that are here are not enough to support all of the residents' needs for services, and we need to address that. And on that note,
Can I ask one more question? Okay, sometimes I think about these things at night, but, so we
Does she
built
have
this
ti- I'm
big.
sorry. Does she have more time
But
to
actually,
choose
when
her?
you come up and you leave,
You're
time
done.
doesn't carry over.
Okay.
But this is your meeting, so you
Okay.
can it how you like.
Very quickly, but
Real quick.
that's it.
Okay, real quick. So we built this, 1,200 more people were getting into the lakefront and everything else. And these people go to work in Cleveland. So they're in Avon Lake, and we kind of do Miller Road, Moore Road, whatever. And we improved them a bit in 83 and J. Cox and Walker, or J. Cox and Lear, let's just go this way. Is Avon in agreement with us to take care of their roads on the other side of the railroad tracks? Or are we gonna end up with a bottleneck? Like, I don't know if you guys all, like, years ago, remember when that goofy, weird road from, the overpass was supposed to go all the way to Lake Road? Oh, yeah. And Avon put the stop to that. I don't know if you guys are all aware of that. But that, when you go over the overpass and that goofy road goes, it was supposed to go all the way to Lake Road. But Avon put the screws to it. It was supposed to go over Pin Oak Parkway. It was before Pin Oak Parkway was even there. It was supposed to go all the way to Lake Road to cut the congestion on what was Route 76. So is Avon on board with all of this?
They are aware. I've had conversations with their planning over there.
Okay. I'm just curious
Yeah,
if it's all
no,
gonna bottleneck at the railroad track and then, oh, good grief. Thank you so much, I'm sorry.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing no more public for questions, we will close. Meeting will be adjourned at 8:17.
Thank you, Ms. Gentry. Next on our agenda is the Environmental Committee meeting. Chairman is Goodwood.
I call the Environmental Committee meeting to order at 8:17 p.m. There's a quorum with committee members Rob Shamir and Jeff Smith. The first order of business is the approval of the minutes from the January 26th meeting that were previously distributed. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Okay, there being no corrections to the minutes are approved as prepared and published. And then new business, and I will do my absolute best to keep this very brief. But I did think it was a very important piece of information to share. It was the park survey that was put out publicly for people to take. And I do have the Parks and Rec Director, Erin Fatch, here to answer any direct questions to this. But this was just kind of, I'm sorry, what you said. I don't know.
Mr., you want to come up to the podium?
Mr. Patch.
In case there's any questions for you. Thank you.
Try our best. Sure.
No, that doesn't control it. I'm not sure. Are you going to show us the paper?
I don't have it printed like that, but
Okay.
it's okay. If it's okay, if it can't be up there, I can publish it.
Well, let's
I'll-
see
The problem
if
is
we can
we're in
figure
the
it
middle
out.
of a
Okay.
Zoom, and when she plugged in, it did not pop up. Let me try again. Stephanie may need to stop.
Thank you, Stephanie.
We're on Zoom, I put a table input, maybe it's just one minute. I can kind of see that it's on.
You're welcome to come back here if you want. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and those at home as well.
That's okay. Thank you. Are we good with this?
Is it,
It's
is
okay.
this what you wanted to put in?
Yeah, it's okay. I
You can
just,
use
this
the
was just like the
document
pretty,
like-
yeah, this was just like the pretty version that people could look at, especially in the audience, because it actually is really good information. But if it's okay, I'll just run through it really here, but I would like for Aaron to be able to. So council has the results in front of them in more of an executive summary format, but we could probably put this out publicly at some point. It's just a PDF slide for people to get the results. But I will say this is a big credit to the Parks and Rec department that 359 surveys were completed. And that's a pretty good number, even though we've learned thousands upon thousands of people are using our parks. There were 29 survey questions and 767 total open responses. So there were an option to answer, it's like, I think 8 or 9 open-ended questions, and people responded to those. So that was a really good number. I'll just take some highlights. Approximately 78% rate the park condition excellent or good. Approximately 88% of users feel very or mostly safe at all the parks, and approximately 70% of users prefer to see phased improvements over large bonded projects over time. And I do believe we've had a pretty recent overhaul in our parks, so I agree with that. They look great. And then the most visited parks are Veterans Memorial, Blesser, Weiss Field, Walker Road Park, and Miller Road are the top 5 that are mostly visited. And if you have an interest to look at this later, there's like a list of activities that people do at each one of those. And I would just like to remind everyone that cough reservation is not part of this because that is a Lorraine County Metro Park. So if you were wondering why that wasn't in there, if that's a frequent visitor view, that would be a separate report. But what residents have told us we do well, variety and coverage, meaning they're walkable from all areas of the city. Cleanliness and upkeep, they're very well maintained, and that I think everyone would agree that Mr. Liskov and the Public Works Department are to credit. Programming, there's a lot of things to do for people of all ages. The new Blesser Park playground, which the new Alps, which I think all of us here can attest to was a wonderful completion. And then the pool, as an institution, people really are, the pool is a big piece here. And then all the walking trails and paths that exist throughout the city. Where some residents saw that they would like to see some possible upgrades would be to playgrounds, walking trails. Some mentioned some safety improvements, restrooms, and lighting were the top ones. But again, the overall feeling was very safe and clean. And then the number one open-ended the number one answer to the open-ended comments regarded the pool about having more shade and seating. And I know that Director Fetch mentioned that was addressed, I believe, last year?
23 and 24.
23 and 24. So again, looking at, the future and budgeting and planning and things like that, we can, that those are conversations to be had for future seasons. But now that we have this information, it's really, really important things moving forward. And then the most named parks that were in resident comments were Weiss Park,
Walker Road Park and Miller Road Park. And Weiss Park, it was cited to be the most outdated park. And then Walker Road Park, not having a walkable playground, and Miller Road Park, beautiful views, but park and equipment would need some updating. So again, those are just that's really good feedback from residents to keep in mind for future budgeting and planning. And then the number one overall park comment, it kind of summarized it into one, is that we have so much green space that can be used. Let's leverage more of it. Lake Erie is the main star of our community because we are Avon Lake. So we are not Avon, we are Avon Lake. And so the attention to having the lake accessible in all sorts of recreational ways was a really big topic in those open-ended questions. And then we just kind of paired together some like near-term, medium-term, long-term goals that the Parks and Rec Department, working with the city and whomever else, that we could get these things hopefully addressed for residents and families and all the above in the near future. So I did just want to highlight like what a positive survey that was and how great the feedback was. And with that, any questions from council members? For probably more for Aaron. Oh, and just one highlight really fast. The reason that I'm covering this is because one of the initiatives for the under the Environmental Advisory Board, which falls under the Environmental Committee, which I'm still getting used to because as long as I've been involved, it was completely different. So my brain's still wrapping around it. But clean parks and beaches are part of one of our initiatives. And so I asked Director Thatch if he would be comfortable with me presenting it as part of that moving forward. So thanks for letting me do that.
Happy to share.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, do you have anything that you wanted to add to what?
No, and I think she summarized it very well in the slides that have been created, which she helped create. I think are very informative. I thought it was a great survey with lots of great feedback. So we'll look forward to getting that posted so folks can see it.
Mr. Shamir?
Great job, thank you, and it's very informative. I guess the question that comes up, how does the survey results correlate to the survey, the walkthroughs that yourself, the mayor, and Mr. Leskovic did? And does it match? Is it a bit off, or is there anything that requires?
I would tell you that I haven't had a chance to connect the two as of yet, so that's something that we will look forward to going forward. But I haven't necessarily had the opportunity to sit down and look at both to connect them.
So I noticed that when you guys walked through, there were issues that were flagged as requiring. So have those been rectified?
And there's some things highlighted on here too that we did see through our walkthrough as well. I would probably turn to Public Works Director Liskovic to talk about some of those.
Yeah, so obviously as a result of that walkthrough, we had, high, low, medium priority things. Our crews have been shared that list, and we've been chipping away at it. It's been a little bit since I've kind of circled back to look at the list and see, but I know that we have a handful of staff that have been delegated to work on various different issues throughout the various park areas.
The reason I asked is when I look at the strategic recommendations on the near term, 0 to 12 months, it really does not emphasize some of those issues because I know.
Sure. I'm sorry. I just really quick before you go there.
Okay.
This was done because I wanted to get this in before we met with our the Parks and Rec Commission at the end of the month. So that this has not been like completely formally addressed yet, but the results were in. They were final. We weren't accepting any more surveys, and we wanted to put it out there kind of when we had a captive audience to see that. But rest assured, we will, as a committee, bring that back.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Vanderbosch?
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. You guys did a great job, and a lot of good information. And one of the things that I saw was also a pocket park in Ward 2, Sunset. And ironically, this past week, and Mrs. Goodwin has been included on these emails. I received an email from an Andrew Barnes that there's a group in Avon Lake that would like to put together a summer volleyball league at Sunset. And there's a need for some work done on the base and drainage and on and on. And I just am mentioning it now because I know that she's going to take it and run with it. And I wanted it to be a part of the public record that has been brought before all of us, and that you're aware of the group. And I'm sure that Mrs. Goodwin's going to be meeting with everyone and bringing them together. They have some funding, they have some partnerships. To me, it's very exciting when there's public and private partnerships. They have an idea and they're ready to run and go with it. They're also wanting to talk about soccer setup at the park. And have you received a copy of these emails yet?
I did, and I would just tell you that Director Liskovic and I really have not had an opportunity to speak to them.
Well, that's fine. This is this just happened. I just want to make sure that you are in the loop.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that Mr. Liskovic is in the loop too. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mrs. Goodwin.
Does anyone else on council have questions for Director Fetch for you? Thank you so much
Thank you
for
very
coming. Okay, so that was the first initiative from the Environmental Advisory Board. The second one is composting. About 3 or 4 weeks ago, the Rust Belt Riders, who's a local composting initiative in the Cleveland area, they came and gave a presentation at one of our meetings, and they provided a lot of good information. We are looking to really boost up the composting program within Avon Lake. They do have a drop-off at the service department, which is kept beautifully clean. You would think compost stinky, gross. It's actually in really good condition. My children and I frequent that place. And so I would encourage anyone in Avon Lake who's interested in learning more about composting or the initiatives that we are working on within the city to do so. If you would like to attend the environmental meeting, we meet tomorrow night in the basement of the library. You can learn more about the focused initiative there. But as well, the Communications and Technology Department did record the presentation that Rust Belt Riders gave to our group about a month ago. And that is on the website somewhere, I believe. I will ask them to please publicize that as soon as they can so that more people can get more information. They also will work on demographics for exactly how much solid food waste comes out of Avon Lake and how much we're saving from the landfill. So they can, the more people that are involved, they can start producing those types of numbers. So you can see what's going into the compost. So I'm gonna move on from that one. There is also a plastic reduction discussion on the table, mostly just because we are butting up right against the lake. And, oh wait, I'm so sorry. Are there any questions from the committee or council members for composting? I apologize. Okay, thank you. And then the plastic reduction, Mr. Smith, I had sent something to you to review, about reviewing in the finance committee, and I apologize, I have not followed up on it, but there is a ordinance on the books about procurement, and Ms. Rossmarin and I looked at it, and it hadn't been updated, or it was probably maybe in place since 1994. So maybe just kind of evaluating some of the environmental and plastic reduction with some of our vendors and things like that we're using throughout the city. So just when you get a chance, if you could take a look at that, maybe we could bring it through the finance committee.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Thank you. And then if there are any questions about that from the committee members or council, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not a committee member, but through MMAC that I am a member of, there's Kimberly McConville, McConville. She is part of the Ohio Beverage Association, And I think that that would be a good contact to have, maybe invite her to speak to the EAB about plastic reduction. We know through the Ohio EPA that the two most common types of plastics that are out on the lake are the butt ends of cigars, okay, and the other one has to do with beverage bottles. So she, I think, would be a good one to contact, and I will send you her contact
Thank you.
information. You're welcome.
Anyone else? Okay. And then the next one is the, that falls under the environmental committee is the deer management program. And I am going to defer to Director Liskovic just to kind of give us an update for where we are this year.
Sure, thank you. So it's, I guess, also that kind of that time of year again where we do this, where the surveys typically been pushed out through the communications and technology department. In the fall of last year, if you recall, ODNR had made a request for all communities that are participating in deer management programs to utilize their survey, which is open and live year round, and it can be found. There's a link to it on the city's website. If you just do a quick search for deer control survey, it'll pop up. You can click the link there. It'll get you to it. Fill out the questions. It goes back actually down to Columbus. One of the big things with that was consistency and uniformity across all communities so that they can better tailor the program. So, but that's ongoing.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And we will be, the Environmental Advisory Board will be looking at the deer management program because we did complete our 10-year commitment with that. So that's kind of why we're bringing it up again. Are there any questions or comments from committee members? Council? Okay. And then, administration, I'm sorry, I wasn't purposefully leaving you out, okay. And then the last thing is Kimball Trash. This was, I think, my mistake. I had survey on there, but I think I meant results. I apologize, that was my fault. The first quarter results came back from Kimball. They're reported to Director Liskovic quarterly for what the city of Avon Lake produces. And just a very brief, we get pretty good grades on things, but as we were discussing a few days ago, we at some point would like to set a higher standard for ourselves and see where we can get on those numbers in terms of being good recyclers and good trash customers. And that comes, I think, as part of education and us teaching residents as much as we can, informing them along with Kimball and the Lorain County Solid Waste Management to make sure people are educated because there's a lot to know about garbage. So, and if there's anything you'd like to add.
I would just say, based on, I think the biggest thing that any community struggles with is contamination on recycling. So, there's a lot of good information out there. I know Kimball's site provides pretty good details of what's acceptable recycling, what's not acceptable recycling. When in doubt, if you can't refer to that, don't wish cycle and think it's going to be good because it does end up becoming a contaminant. And 9 times out of 10, if that truck comes into their separation facility and they pick up on contamination, it just gets ported right off to the landfill. It doesn't even try. So, and that's across all waste haulers. So,
does the whole truck go?
Yeah.
Or just the whole truckload?
The whole truckload.
From one person putting styrofoam?
It's based on, again, there's an acceptable level of contamination. So, if they start seeing, as example, bowling balls, baseball bats, garden hoses, and it's looking to be not, something that'll damage equipment and stuff like that, processing equipment. And they make that decision on the floor. Right. Typically a community's contamination rate's anywhere from 20% to 35%. So, but it's when it exceeds that is when they ship it.
Sorry. Are there any questions or comments from committee members? and council? Ms. Gentry?
So, I live in a condo, and so I know we've talked about this in the past, and we don't have sufficient space, we've been told we don't use Kimball, we have a third party. One question is it possible for us to become a part of the city's contract? I don't know how that works. And for HOAs in general, that are negotiating their own contracts, it's probably more beneficial to use the city, but I don't know.
I will defer to Mr. Liskovic on that one.
That's something we would have to look into. I don't have a good answer for you right at this.
I know that Bay has a program where they have all those bins where you can go and deposit your cardboard. How were they able to do that? Does everybody have to be with their supplier? Is that something that the city of Avon Lake can do? Because that would at least help with cardboard for those of us that want to recycle but don't have that option.
I want to say, at least as far as the cardboard goes, schools have they're called paper retriever bins.
That's just paper, though.
I believe.
It's not cardboard.
Not cardboard. Okay. Because I know once that Bay had done away with actually the cardboard drop off with the cart transition, so those went away once they went into recycling carts.
Mr. Ebert.
Yes, and he's right on, Bay, because what was happening, people from other cities were coming in with the cardboard, and it got to be overwhelmingly, so they stopped it. It really, even though it's right to have it done, it wasn't just being done for Bay Village at that point in time. It was right on, Narragansett Road, so it's an accommodation for it.
Thank you. On MMAC, each of us on MMAC have a different role that we play, and we're given tasks to complete. And ironically or not, for the state of Ohio, I'm the one that authored the white paper for multifamily to be included in with trash, yard waste, and recycling contracts. The issue has to do with logistics like you're talking about. And so you're going to be seeing, I'm sure within the next year, statewide, there's going to be some shift because what they're finding is that the city's contracts can actually be reduced in cost if they include more units, and your homes in your HOA at the landings, for example, are considered to be units. So there needs to be a discussion about logistically how to do it. Some companies have smaller trucks that will go in and will pick everything up and take it to another area where they put into a larger truck. So there's some conversations going on at the state level right now as we speak. And our contract will be coming up, and it may not be Kimball, maybe someone else. But all the haulers are part of MMAC. They all come to the MMAC meetings, and so they're aware of where this is going. But I would recommend Mrs. Goodwin to explore with Mr. Liskovic ways of including the multifamily, because the more units you have, the less the cost is for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And we actually did have a brief conversation about that and the timing of possibly putting out another trash survey in the future for the residents to take so that we can get some feedback and kind of move forward and participate in that consortium that we did at the high school in, I can't remember what year it was, but it's been a while, the last time the trash contract was up. So we definitely have our eyes on that, and we'll be working towards that. Does anyone else have anything? All right, then I will open it. Then I will open it up to public input. Members of the audience shall be permitted to speak only once, up to 3 minutes on any agenda topic. Anyone?
Gerald Phillips, Avon Lake. I want to make some comments about the survey. I've resided 20 years, and I agree that Veterans Park is probably the most used park. I go by it, and when it's at sunset, there's a lot of people who use Veterans Park for to view that, plus during the day. So I would agree that that's probably the most used park. On the survey, there was a comment that the residents want clean parks and beach access. But I'm sure the residents weren't asked, do you want 22 acres of parkland where the power plant, if it's going to cost $30 million, and the $30 million is going to be taken away from the school district? That's the right question that we need from the residents. Also, we need from the residents, do we want to pay that $30 million, which comes out to be $1.29 million an acre? Because we're talking about tax increases, okay? And Mr. Shamir has very amply pointed out there's going to be yearly maintenance costs for that park. And we can't even maintain our streets. So we need to know what that number is. Also, Mr. Shamir gave a extreme good presentation about access to the beach, where we would have to encapitalize the slope plus the maintenance of it. And his numbers were like $15 million to get that. Yet we can't spend and afford $4 million for our roads. Those are the questions that we need to ask about the beach access. You just ask somebody, would you like more beach access? They're going to say yes. But do you tell them it's going to cost $30 million and you're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, take it from the schools and give it to the city? Ask them that question. See what their answer is if you want a true temperature of the people. Now, we don't have beach access with ALERG. It's not on our purchase sales agreement. It isn't. So we have no right for that beach access right now. We should have it in the agreement, but we don't. Whether or not it's contaminated, if it was in the agreement, we could always say no. Just like in the PSA, if the 22 park acres is not clean, we could say no. I hope everybody reads the assignment in the lease, submerged lease. It cannot be used for a park and a beach. It can only be used for utility, intake, outtake, and outfall. So we would have to get a change for that lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience? All right. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, you're fine.
William Zimmerman, Avon Lake. So I've gone to Miller Road Park during the summer. Now, there's no doubt that the boat launch is used repeatedly by people trying to get onto the water. But I spoke to the employee there who's in charge of taking care of everything, making sure that, I don't know, the cleaning area where you want to clean your fish and is kept up and so on. Anyhow, I spoke to him and I asked him questions about the park, Miller Road in specific. And his statement was it's the most underutilized facility in the city. I find that hard to believe. This is the park that we want to expand for another 20 acres, and it's already the most underutilized facility in the area. Doesn't make any sense to me. If people are really wanting to be there, they would be there. I go by, I stop, I watch. I don't understand because there's only one or two people out there walking their dogs. Nobody cares. Nobody really cares. There's plenty of other places to go and do things. But my main factor, as Mr. Phillips points out, is that it doesn't come with the access to the beach. And there's been a sign there at that facility for years that says the beach is closed. It's closed. No swimming, no access, no walking around. You can't even get down to the sand. I find that hard to believe that we're going to make this a beach access so that that's going to all of a sudden change. I don't understand, as I say 1,000,000 times up here, I don't understand why it's all of a sudden going to be different. I'm hoping some way, we figure out a way to make it so it can be a beach. My kids used to play down there. They don't have that luxury anymore. They used to play up at the Veterans as well. Those days are long gone. You wouldn't want to take your kids there, but who knows what you'd be allowing them to play in, what kind of bacteria and crap. Thank you for my time.
Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Mary Beth Finlater, and I live on Surrey Lane. I just want to say, if you have not had a chance to go to the Alps Playground at Blesser, you should. It's fantastic. It's been really well done in so many different areas for age groups to play. And I just wanted to comment that you did a fantastic job on the playground. I took my granddaughter there last Wednesday, and like you said, I was talking to people. There were people there from Utah, the state of Utah, Lakewood, Westlake, not Avon Lake, so that was surprising to me. And also, I had a question about Kimball. How do you get through to them? My trash didn't get picked up, and I tried calling the number on the, your trash can, and it was like I got offered, it's not our fault, I got offered a Medicare plan, I got offered medical equipment to buy, and I couldn't, is there another number to call than the
I'm not 100% sure why that happened. I have actually.
It was a special that day.
Okay. Yeah. I have had a really good response time with them, but I do think Director Liskovic may have a little more.
Is there a number to call? I was hoping somebody could come around again and get it.
Yeah. So I mean, if the customer service number was not getting where you needed to go,
right?
When in doubt, you can always, we always try to encourage the resident to communicate first with Kimball. If you're hitting an impasse, reach out to the Public Works Department.
Okay.
And we have another way to navigate through that. Or
All
we could
right.
verify to make sure that you have the most accurate information too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And just one comment I wanted to make about kind of everything that was spoke tonight. I think it's really important for residents to remember how much each of these committees and boards and commissions play into one another, and how when you communicate between each other, it's a really positive thing. That's something that I've had the joy of learning the last 5 months being new here. And I think that it's a really important way for people to get involved and hear more of the discussions that happen are at some of these boards, commissions, and committee meetings. So just remember that if there's something that you really want to hear more about, more detail on, ask more questions in a less formal forum or setting, I would encourage you to attend those things as well. And with that, I move to adjourn the meeting. Can I get a second?
Sure.
Second.
I mean, I'll stay for a little longer. No. The time is now 8:54 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the Finance Committee meeting report. But based on what was just said, I did want to say something I think is important for folks to know and understand. And I'm wondering if this might not have happened with you. But oftentimes we look up a telephone number on the internet and we get, say, for example, Kimball, or we get something else, First Energy. And if we're not careful to make sure that we are actually hitting the proper link to get to Kimball or the electric company, or this happened in my office, QuickBooks, there are companies that have these like websites that are very close or similar, and we can end up going to the wrong company and end up being told to buy Medicare or some other things. So I would just warn everybody that when you are clicking on these, looking for numbers, that you really pay attention that you're clicking on the right, the true and accurate website. So with that, I'm going to call the committee, Finance Committee meeting to order. I see that we have a full quorum of the members of the Finance Committee, which is myself, Mrs. Fenderbosh, and Mrs. Goodwin. Call to meeting, the order to order the meeting. And first item is the minutes. Any additions or corrections to the minutes of the Finance Committee meeting from April 13th, 2026? Seeing none, the meeting minutes will be approved as published. Next is the Rita income tax report under new business. And I notice on the report that has been distributed to council that we are behind on our income tax collections 4.392% through the first, or I'm sorry, 3.181% on the first collections through the beginning of May, which puts us down in collections $255,573.37. We will be expecting an additional deposit, but if we did not get one, we'd be down 5.93%, and which is a deficit of about $491,000. So we have to hope that the income tax comes through May. We also note that in June, all the collections that are due on the income tax will be come through in a little different amount as the collections come through for Rita. And I would ask the finance director if she had any other information she wanted to discuss regarding that report.
Thank you, Council President. I would just like to point out that I have talked with our representative from Rita about the 3%, and we have identified 2 tax-paying entities that we are watching. One of them is sporadically up and down over the past, we looked back like 2 or 3 years, and from month to month they can vary greatly. So we'll be watching that taxpayer. And the other one, the other taxpayer that accounts for a piece of this is actually in the state of a refund. So they overpaid in 2025, and they're filing reports it's a refund from Avon Lake. So that would be a little bit more of a permanent decrease, but we're also watching that one. So.
Well, thank you for looking into that. Does anyone from the committee have any questions? Yes, Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Thank you. Ms. Crossy, do we have an idea of what that refund amount will be? Or the range, perhaps?
Well, I'm still watching it because I looked at it as of last month and then as of the May 1st, and still looking at that.
I just don't want us to get hit by, 100,000 or 50,000.
Right.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the committee with any questions? Anyone from council? All right, the next item is the monthly fund report. I'll turn it over to Ms. Crossy.
Thank you. So I would like to start out by saying that currently, aside from the income tax being down about 3%, that otherwise we are on target with our budget. And I would like to point out just a few funds on this report. We did process our first quarter income tax transfers into some of these funds, but for instance, Fund 210, which is about, about 8 lines down, the unencumbered projected balance is in a negative $400,000, but if you look at the outstanding encumbrances in the column right before that, those are open purchase orders. So that means that the department had simply opened up all of their super blanket purchase orders at the beginning of the year. And as we transfer more funds each quarter into that fund will become right again. And the same thing with Fund 226, the Economic Development Fund. Appears to currently be in the red, but again, that is because we have outstanding encumbrances there due to the second interim agreement with Allerg. And so we have open purchase orders there of about $800,000. And lastly, the funds in Avon Lake Regional Water Fund 705, that water surplus fund. Again, it appears to be in the red due to some open purchase orders. So that is my report for tonight, if anyone has any questions.
Anyone on the committee? Yes, Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. Ms. Crossley, could you explain to the public, as you did to me earlier today, how the unclaimed funds are handled? Because the state requires us to hang on to those. Believe it or not, people don't cash checks. Can you talk about that?
Thank you. Yes. So there is a policy, and it is through Ohio Revised Code, about how cities handle unclaimed funds. And those are checks that are issued by the city through accounts payable that the vendors, for whatever reason, do not cash. So the city is required to track those over a period of 5 years. And each year, we move those unclaimed funds into this Fund 612, unclaimed funds, and we're required to hold that for 5 years. And if the vendors do not claim those funds, we then transfer those funds from unclaimed funds into general fund. So that is all part of Ohio Revised Code, and that's what that balance reflects. It's currently at $49,000 of unclaimed funds.
Bless you. Anyone else from the committee? Anyone from council with any questions on that? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
So on 226 Economic Development Fund, we're showing that we're in the red because we have some open service orders. Is that the? Purchase orders. And what are those for?
That is for the second interim agreement with Allerg.
So is that with Burns Ochner, Mr. Davis? Those are the ones that will
Yes,
be reimbursed?
that's correct.
And we're
Yes,
waiting
and they will
for
be
funds to come in
reimbursed.
from ALERG to pay, and we're waiting for funds to come from ALERG to pay them, or?
No, ALERG refunds every month. I submit those invoices and they reimburse within the month. This $829,000 is purchase orders. That's unspent dollars that, as invoices are submitted from our professionals, then those purchase orders would be used.
So these are the funds that ALERG pays the city so that it can pay its professionals? Burns Ochner and
Correct.
Mr. Davis?
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
Any other questions from council? All right, seeing none, the next is the budget adjustment. Ms. Crossley.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to bring this up as a topic because I will be submitting this for first reading next Monday, hopefully, through, after discussing. And the two large adjustments that we will have is adjusting for the bond issue that has been discussed with council, and Avon Lake Regional Water also has some adjustments. We'll have a few miscellaneous.
All right, any questions? Otherwise, I'd make a motion for the committee to put the budget adjustment onto the CCM for
Second.
consideration.
Second.
Thank you. Any further? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that passes 3-0. We'll put that on the committee meeting to send over to the meeting next Monday. Are you expecting to be able to have more than one reading on that budget adjustment?
We can, yes. It would be nice to have it passed on second reading if we could.
As an
That's up to
emergency?
council.
As an emergency to go in effect immediately?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions on that item? The 2027 tax budget. This is again, and this is another item just to give everybody a heads up. Go ahead.
Correct. Yes, and I would just like to remind council that this is a very preliminary budget. We do have it put together. We could possibly present that for first reading and have it go for 3 reading. It's not due to the county until July, but just if we want to go 3 readings with it, that would place us near the end of June. And again, it's just preliminary, and it is definitely refined during the fall budget process with council.
Thank you. I'd move to put that on the CCM for moving on to the regular meeting. 3
Second.
readings. Thank you. Any other questions on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we'll move that on for passage on 3 readings. Probably with 3 readings, we'll probably need that to go in effect immediately to get it to the county in time, I suspect. Any more questions on that item? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
I do have a question. So this 2027 tax budget is effectively a projection that is revised later?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes,
So-
so that the county can issue us a certificate for 2027.
Perfect. So my subsequent question is, we have received economic data and infrastructure data from ALERG via the administration. Have you taken a look of these project economics, infrastructure cost, tax revenues mix, whether it's residential, whether it's income tax, and come up with a fiscal assessment of how this project would impact the city of Avon Lake if it moves forward?
Ms. Crossy.
I did have a chance to review some information this weekend, and I will be looking at that closely in regards to what you just spoke, but this would not affect the 2027 tax budget.
It's not so much the tax budget that I'm worried about. I would like to understand your assessment of the project as it's been presented, the best case and the worst case, so that we can get an understanding of what the implication as far as the financial implication of this project would be to the city. So if we can get that assessment from yourself, because we're all going through that data and we're all looking at financial implications as it's been presented. So we would like to understand what your assessment would be. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Crossy. I appreciate you doing that. I know I asked you on pretty short notice to take a look at that, and I appreciate that you did. Okay, any more questions on the tax budget for 27? All right, last item is the health insurance update. If you would let us know where we stand with that. This is where we're going to be, hopefully, going to become self-insured to save money, and in the tune of, I think, about, what, $300,000 to $400,000?
Yes, thank you. We did receive a quote, and it was even more promising than that. We were very encouraged, but we did meet with an actuary who will be helping us evaluate these options and present some scenarios that would be a best solution for the city, even along, he would not recommend a specific company, but just numbers that we can look at as we're making this decision.
So my question to you is, how do we pay this person?
This person happens to have volunteered their time, which we're very thankful for.
Thank you.
And he has a lot of experience with analyzing self-funding programs.
All right, well, thank you. Any questions on the health insurance updates? I appreciate it, and I look forward to that moving along. And that will not affect any benefits that any city employees receive, correct?
No. That's correct. Not at this time.
All right, thank you. That's all. Any other items for finance? Yes. Ms. Cross?
Yes, if I could just speak just a couple more minutes. I would like just to put another reminder out there that tomorrow is voting day. And I just wanted to run through the facts of issue 13 real quickly so everyone remembers the facts here. So the city is asking for an additional 0.4% income tax, increasing from 1.5 to 1.9%. It is a limited issue for 5 years. So, and during that time, council has legislatively put in place that these funds would go into a dedicated fund. A minimum of 65% would be used for the repair of the roads, that $4 million per year that the mayor referred to. And a maximum of 35% would go towards stormwater, vehicles, and equipment, and associated debt obligations, if any needed to be taken out for the roads or equipment. And the city currently has a credit of 1.5% for those folks who work outside the city. As Councilwoman Gentry mentioned, that 1.5% does not come back to the city. This 0.4% would be paid by all residents and all folks who come into the city to work, and as well as the businesses. So that 0.4% increase will be paid for everyone who shares these roads with us. And just as a reminder, 75% of resident taxpayers work outside the city, so we're not collecting those funds for our roads, that 1.5%. And a reminder that if this passes, we would stop collections on the 1.5 mil property tax that is currently in place for the city. And pensions, Social Security are not taxable for income tax reasons for local tax. And just final 2 reminders that the last income tax increase was 33 years ago. And also, the population has grown by 11,000. We have gone from 15,000 to 26,000 in that same 30 years. So that's a 73% population increase. And these roads are that much older. Many of our roads are that much older. And although road work has been done over the years, there's not been a dedicated income tax piece to address the roads, and that's why we're asking for this. So thank you.
All right, anyone on the committee? Any council members? Yes, Mrs. Goodwin.
Just one piece I would like, could you please clarify one more time the associated debts piece? Because I feel that that is still a little bit unclear and confusing.
Okay.
It is not like an open debt.
Yes. So debt usually takes place when there is a total reconstruction of a road. And the first step that we do is Public Works Director Liskovic goes to Ohio Public Works Commission, and they offer either grants or low interest loans. So that's our first stop. And usually we can receive funds for certain roads anywhere from $300,000 to $400,000. But if a total reconstruction of a road is 1.4 million, we either try to fund it through capital dollars, or sometimes we might need to issue general obligation debt. So we do have some of that general obligation debt on the books. So that would be the associated debt for any new reconstruction work that takes place. And also there has been associated debt with, for instance, the 2 fire trucks that will be arriving sometime soon. Well, I know one of them will be. But there was some general obligation debt issued for that as well. So those are some examples.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on the Finance Committee report or the Finance Committee meeting? If not, this is an opportunity again for the public to have comments. Up to 3 minutes on any items that were discussed in the Finance Committee meeting. Ms. Wallace, come on up.
I guess a couple questions. I don't know if you guys can answer them or not. The 15,000 new residents last 30 years, I'd be wondering because I've only been here 16 years. The income tax we're charged is income for the city, correct? So, I mean, you're getting income from those new residents.
Ms. Cross, you send your questions to me and then I'll send them off. Yeah.
Every resident that moves in is paying income tax towards the city. So it's not like you have increased people but no increased revenue. Correct? Or am I wrong?
That's correct.
Well,
Okay,
what
so,
about, not if,
Well, it depends on where they work.
yeah, it depends on where they work.
Resident. So but
But if that resident works outside the city, remember, we're not seeing that 1.5%.
correct, okay. And then this is a general question on the legislation and the readings. And I'm fairly new to council, and I'm sure there's a lot of new people here as well. The emergencies, I feel like there's a lot that gets put through as emergencies. But yet, if there's multiple readings, it gives residents a chance to kind of get in the loop, like, oh, I missed last week, but let me check up on this meeting this weekend when I have time, and oh, that's something important. I want to go and listen, and maybe the next time speak up. So if there's 3 readings, that obviously gives that opportunity. When there's not, we lose an opportunity. So are those ones that are emergency, are you not looking for feedback?
No, the thing about an emergency, there's really two, as far as I see it, there are 2 important aspects of it. One is that the item goes into effect immediately upon passage. The second one, which is somewhat more concerning, is the fact that if it's passed as an emergency, which I think is a term of art, that's an old term of art, that really should be to go into effect immediately. But the second part of that is that there are certain opportunities for referendum and the like, that when something's passed as an emergency may not be available to the public.
And I did hear that one of them, like,
And Mr. Ebert, if you want to correct me on that, I think those are the 2 main.
That, and also, in order to get something passed quickly so you can get the contract signed before prices go up in some situation, you go out for bids, et cetera, to make sure you can get the contract done as soon as possible for road improvements or anything of that nature that may come about.
and that does make sense to move quickly. And I know sometimes with putting issues on ballots or with taxes, you have deadlines, you have hard deadlines. Wouldn't proper planning, knowing that you want input from the citizens to back up the timeline?
That's part of why your time's about to be up, but if you have one more question, I'll let you do it. That's part of the reason that I asked Ms. Crossy to talk about the fact that we have budget things coming and the 2 items that we're talking about, to try and get ahead of it as much as possible so everybody's aware of it. And that's also why we've also gone to the committee meetings where we have the committee meeting within the CCM so that this information's put out on a little more regular basis so people have a chance to watch it on TV.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of emergencies, which limits.
Well, we've tried to cut those back, so thank you. Anyone else on the Finance Committee? Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
So I think you might be mixing a couple things together because there's also suspension of the rules. So just because it's an emergency means it's implemented right away. After, we may have 3 full readings on it, but it's still an emergency because we want it implemented immediately once it's signed. Whereas suspension of the rules is where we may only have 1.
Yeah, and I think that,
Okay,
because I understand.
I just wanted to
what
make sure
mean.
that
Like,
was
obviously,
clear.
once you agree, like, let's just get it done, but yes, the limited readings, that one's the more.
Yeah.
Concerning.
All right, anyone else on Finance Committee agenda? Come on up, Mr. Phillips, and you
Sure.
can tell me if I'm wrong about what I said.
Well, don't take you can add my 3 seconds back. Gerald Phillips, Avon Lake, 20-year resident. I urge all the residents of Avon Lake who haven't voted to vote tomorrow on issue 13. That's the city income tax. Anybody working in the city is going to pay 0.4% more. Anybody working outside the city is going to pay 0.4% more. You know, I looked at the annual financial reports for the city And the population from 2015 to 2024, 10 years, increased 2,500 people, okay? But the city income tax went from 9.9 million to 17.8, and last year in 25 was almost 19 million. So I asked this question at the city forum, where did the money go? Wage increases, mismanagement, where did it go? We almost had a double in the income tax, okay? But yet, we need money. Now, the residents don't know that the major source of income for the city is the city income tax. And they don't know that council appropriates the city income tax to 4 funds: general fund, capital improvements, recreation, and bond retirement. And the residents don't know that in 2024 and 2025, where we were increasing our expenditures for capital improvements, it died for those 2 years, and we almost spent nothing when we spent $3 million on an average in previous years. So I posed the question, do we need the city income tax because we didn't pay anything for capital improvements for 2 years, and we budgeted nothing for 2026? Is that the reason why we need it? Is that because we had to shift that income from the capital improvement fund to the general fund because we were overspending in the general fund? That's my question. To me, it seemed just like that. Seems like we were just overcompensating because we spend more in our general fund, so we shortcut our roads. Now, since we shortcut our roads, we need a city income tax. So I hope the residents vote tomorrow, and I think they needed that information. Obviously, you're getting a one-side information from the city and the administration. So hopefully that additional information educates the public so they can make a wise choice and exercise their right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Ms. Crossy or Mayor, would you like to respond to that?
What are you gonna say?
Nothing.
Well, I mean, if you'd like to, I mean, you talked about, he's asked some questions about where the money went and how it was spent.
Right. Well, I would say that during those 30 years when the population grew by 73%, there was a need for more services. And you are correct that in general fund, that's where those services come from: police and fire, and services through public works. So that is correct. We were able to pay capital improvements for a number of years, and it got to a point where as those services started to increase, there was less to transfer to capital funds. So.
Thank you. Anyone else regarding items on the Finance Committee?
Go. Craig Taylor. A couple things that were said. One of them, 75% of the people work outside of the city. So to me, that means that the economic development has failed to create jobs in Avon Lake. So, we need to have jobs here if you want people here to work here in this city. And then, I guess the growth, obviously, you're saying, you just told me that the growth of population adds to the burden on city services. It doesn't keep up. So why add 1,200 new residents along the lake? That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Gwenlas Lasai in West Winds, and I'm just going to echo everything that was said tonight. I'm here representing my family as a young family with young kids, and we have historically supported taxes, supported our community, supported our roads. I understand that as I left our 11-year-old child at home alone to be here tonight, many people can't do that. They have to be home, yet their voices count. So I feel like the relationship between the city and the residents is a two-way street. I heard what you had to offer and what the city has to say, asking for more taxes on our income tomorrow. My question is, what's going to happen after 5 years? Is it true and is it realistic to assume that this is just going to be a renewal? Now we have a tax in place, just like we have levies in place, and now we're going to renew it year after year, and this is for our existing roads. So, and then I heard the comment about the city's population has increased, we're using the roads more, and when it comes to asking for taxes, it seems like it's very comfortable for the city to ask for 4% more of my income tax. I work in Sheffield. I'm already paying taxes. We're already paying all of these taxes, so we need even more because we can't support the roads that we already have. Yet when it comes to development, it's really also easy for the city to give away all these rights to these developers to have high density residents. And they cater it in a way where we're reducing our income base, because when you are building high rises, I'm not even going to talk about the 1,200 because I think that's very unrealistic, and it seems like based on the income that we have right now, this should never happen. But even when we have high rises for young families who are not using their backyard, and these are going to be likely expensive in the hundreds of thousands units, who's going to come here? People who have the money to be able to afford these units. How much longer are they going to provide income to the city? How much longer are they going to contribute that 0.4% that we're so short of that can't even support the roads we have now? What's going to happen to Lake Road that is right now 2 lanes going back and forth? We are limited to the lake on one side and people's properties that they've worked hard for years. Are we going to widen the road? If we're going to widen the road, who's going to pay for that job? If we're going to widen the road, are we going to ask residents to sell? What's going to happen to everyone that lives on Lake Road? Many questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the Finance Committee agenda?
William Zimmerman, beautiful Avon Lake. So we handed out these flyers about the tax and that we believe that nobody should be trying to pass it. Citizens, you need to realize that the $40 that's going to be saved because they're going to get rid of the other issue versus the $400 in the tax on somebody who might make $100,000 a year. Is that what you want? $40 versus $400. City of Avon Lake has mismanaged their funds for a long time. Started back under Mayor Zilka. Mr. Zuber made several indications at meetings, Finance Committee meetings, that this was going to happen. We've known for years. It's continued to go on. When you go to the polls tomorrow, vote no for the tax. These people don't deserve any more money to mismanage. That's what's occurring. Make sure you understand that. Listen closely. Vote no. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. Anyone else? Come on up. Welcome. Your name?
I'm Bob Miller, live in Avon Lake, have lived here since 1992. I understand frustrations about taxes, frustrations about budgets, but I want to take a different tack. I worked in Cleveland, downtown Cleveland, as an attorney, made a good living, and frankly, I think the city of Avon Lake deserves some of my income taxes. And, you know, I'm paying for Cleveland, and that's good, Cleveland needs it, but Avon Lake needs it too. So I support the tax measure. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your input. Anyone else before I fall over? All right. Thank you all. I would like a motion to conclude the Finance Committee meeting.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that leads us on to the collective committee meeting. First item is the Building and Utilities Committee. We had that meeting a little while ago. I don't think that there are any items that you have coming forward for the next council meeting. Any questions at all for Ms. Gentry? All right, we'll move on to the Environmental Committee. Thank you for the report on the parks survey. Anything, I don't think you had anything that's going to be going to council either for next week. Any questions for Mrs. Goodwin? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to the Finance Committee meeting. That meeting I held, there are two items that were passed on to the collective committee meeting, which was the budget adjustment that was moved out of committee that we are going to do as an emergency measure on a second reading. So the first reading would be next Monday. Any questions on that one at all anymore? And so that will be on the agenda then. And then the second one was the tax budget, which we discussed at the Finance Committee meeting. Anyone with any questions on that? We will see that for 3 readings, and we'll have it as an emergency in the event we have to have it finished on the 3rd reading in time to send it to the county. That's all I have. Anything further for the Finance Committee? All right, seeing none, we're on to the legislation portion of the collective committee meeting. And the first one is ordinance number 2636, which will have some discussion, I am sure. We have 90 days from March 26th, which was when it was passed over to council, to move that along, if we so decide to do that, which is known to everyone else as the 1219 mixed use overlay. That being the case, Mr. Reynolds, that is your item. Anything further from you with regard to this?
Nothing really further. I just wanted to express my gratitude for everybody that came out tonight and gave their opinion on 1219. Very, very valuable input this week and last week, and I'm sure that's going to continue. Yeah, this is a big deal for the city, and I just want you to know that we all take into account what you guys say, and we do appreciate you coming out. So thank you.
All right, before, we do have Mr. Gross here from Verdanis, who's the environmental person to discuss some matters. Is there anything before I turn it over to him from anyone on council regarding this? Yes, Mr. Shamir.
I would like to say that, 1219 requires a deep look. And what do I mean? Information has been available to the administration for a very long time. We received information last Thursday, and it's paper copy. We come in, we go through it, we try to understand and analyze the future of our community. A few hours here and a few hours there. Understanding what 1219 is not what Mr. Davis tells us or Burns Ochner tells us. It is understanding what financial liabilities we may have if we have the right mix to generate tax revenues, not only based on a real estate tax, but also income tax, which seems to be so hard to find. You know, we've had an economic development director in this community for over 10 years. Yet, we don't have an economic development strategy or a plan. You need to have a strategy and a plan in order to tie your development, your 1219 to. It doesn't happen just by a miracle. When you ask your external consultants, what is the strategy? And their comment is, oh, we don't have strategies. This is not how things are done. That is not what it takes to get us out of the hole that we're in. We need to generate tax revenues that actually apply to those infrastructure needs that we have. When you ask, why haven't we utilized the information that actually exists? That's the infrastructure plan. And that is the economics put together by ALERG and Avon Young. Because they need to understand what is their economics. And yet, our hired consultant says, oh, that's not what you do until a developer comes. And that's a fool's errand. I take that as a disregard for what the future has to hold for this city. You can't say that I want to develop this without understanding what it is that it's going to cost us. I want it developed more than anything else. But what does it cost the community? What does it cost the taxpayer? That is the question that we need to ask. Ask the question. Allow them to answer it. Not with niceties of what it can be. Don't let it be whitewashed. Don't let it be defined as what it could be and what we have promised. Ask the question, when will there be a beach? Will there be a daylighting of Powdermaker Creek? Will there be tax revenues, income tax revenues, that are going to pay for what is going to be a 1,200 potential units and 2,400 additional residents? It's not that we don't want to grow, but under the current 1218, we have a cap for that property where only a half of the property would be utilized at less than 400 units, not 1,200. If you look at the numbers, you could potentially use the existing infrastructure with minimal cost. But when you expand to 1,200, you need to have the money to pay for it. You have to look at the economics. It's not a dirty word to say, does it make sense? What people are hired as consultants are sometimes to control narratives. And the narrative is not what you want to be controlled by. You want to be clear of the facts. Understand the facts. Make the decision. If I see clarity, and if you show me, I will follow and I will say yes. But until you do that, it's my responsibility to protect at least those residents that voted for me and to ensure that they're not going to be burdened with some future tax or expense that we don't know about. And I will be the fool to make that errand over and over and over again, Mr. Burns. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. I do want to get to Mr. Gross. He's there to give us a report on the environmentals.
Yeah,
So if you would.
that's
keep
what
it
I was going.
short,
That's what I was going to say,
Cos.
Mr. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Mr. Council President. We have Mr. Gross, and we also got Mr. Zemnek here. There's been so many questions asked tonight, and they were good questions. And these two individuals that are our guests tonight can answer many of them. So it's getting late, and I really want to make sure that we get to them. And I will reserve my comments for afterwards and my questions afterwards that we hear from these two very important individuals.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Gross. Thank you for being here, Mr. Gross. If you could just give us a little, you work for Verdantis and you've been involved, and I know that you've been in contact with Mr. Shamir as well. Can you give us an update, please, on where we stand
absolutely.
with the
Good evening.
environmental? Thank you.
Yes. As you mentioned, I'm the consultant with Verdantis, certified professional, contracted with the city of Avon Lake to participate in the environmental assessment activities associated primarily with the 23 acres of the future park property. And I was asked to come in and give, an update on this particular meeting. And as I do, I just kind of want to run through this. I almost do it every time, but just to remind folks that this is the Voluntary Action Program. It's a risk-based program through Ohio EPA, and there's a process to it. And I'll just quickly go through the process and then kind of bring back where we are and what we're doing today and kind of where we're going as we move forward. Initially, we start out with a phase one, which is and many of you have heard me kind of give this spiel, but is a desktop evaluation. We're looking at historic reports, interviews with people that know things about the site, have worked on the site, have done environmental work on the site, discussions with Ohio EPA, do file reviews, public records reviews, and inspect the site. And all of that then is used to identify areas on the property that either have known or potentially impacted sites or areas with hazardous waste or hazardous materials or petroleum. That information then, once you define these identified areas, we move to the next step, which is more intrusive, it's more expansive, it's the phase two portion where we'll go out and actually put hard data, so soils data, surface water, groundwater data, and then that is used to evaluate and do a risk assessment, which is comparing that data to the base numbers determined for the end use of the property. In this case, we're looking at commercial industrial, recreation, which uses a commercial high child frequency exposure, and looking also at construction excavation workers. So if there's work in the future, we know what to expect to encounter and also how to mitigate any type of exposure. Once that is all complete, that package then is put together in a very comprehensive summary called an NFA letter, or a no further action letter. And that is what the certified professional under the Voluntary Action Program then signs off on and provides that to Ohio EPA with the appropriate documentation. And then that goes through the process if the volunteer, in this case would be the city, if it goes that far, that would request a covenant not to sue, and that would be issued by the director of Ohio EPA. So that's kind of like the steps through it. Where we are right now, Verdantis is preparing the phase one property assessment for the city of Avon Lake. We have this phase one about wrapped up. We're going through internal review here shortly, and then what we'll do is turn that around and provide that to the city to look at, review, have questions. Similarly, there's been a tremendous amount of phase two work. Now, I said we're just doing our phase one, but that doesn't mean there hasn't been other phase ones done. And working with Deegan Group, which is ALERG's consultant, they've been working on the site since 22, has done a tremendous amount of work. We've been involved with identifying some data gaps here and there and helping them scope out the last stage of 5 stages of environmental work.
If I could interrupt you, what do you mean by data gaps?
Data gaps. So looking at information that's been collected on the site, soil samples, where borings might be, where we think identified, or I think and my team think identified areas are, to make sure that we have the appropriate number of samples collected in those areas, that we meet, not only meet the requirements under VAT, but we also feel comfortable that we are collecting sufficient data to adequately characterize it. And so, you know, it's always a stepped approach in any phase 2 like this. And so I'll kind of give you an overview of what's been done to date that we've brought into our risk assessment. Is on the whole 46, I'll call it 46. And can I share a screen real quick? It might.
Yes, you may.
Okay. Okay. Can you see the site?
I think
Okay.
we can see it pretty well.
What's that?
Yes, I think we can see it pretty well, and on TV, I know they can see it as well.
Okay. So I'll keep this in mind. This is just a pretty picture. It's, you know, we took the boundaries that we have now off the auditor's page, which are not always correct. We have not had a survey yet. Once that survey's provided, an actual meets and bounds surveys, then this will be modified. And then also there's like 2 acres over here that's not included yet. That makes up this pink or purplish area is the 23 acres that we talk about, plus the 2 acres over here next to Miller Park. This bluish area is the remaining 20.6 portion. And then this mustard color, just so people have a perspective for this, is what is referred to as the submerged land lease area. It's just these pure areas. The rest of this is not. Those are all considered waters of the state. That has nothing to do with the submerged land lease. I just want to make that, as we are going through our assessment, that's how we're looking at it. So over this whole area, since about 2022, I'd say over 200 soil borings have been installed across that area, of which maybe 325 soil samples, concrete samples, other samples have been collected during those assessments from those soil borings. In addition, 22 groundwater monitoring wells were installed across here. Of that site, if you break it down to the 23 acres that we're looking at, 163 soil borings have been placed within this pink area. And like over 200, 240, something like that, so somewhere in that range of soil samples have been collected through the different medias. And 16 of the 22 monitoring wells are on this property. So there's been a lot of field work. There's been a lot of samples collected. We've taken that information and prepared, because we're still in the middle of the project, a preliminary risk assessment that evaluates that data for what the end use is going to be. We look at commercial industrial just because, and we also look at recreational. As I mentioned, that's a standard that's in the Ohio VAP rules. Can be used for recreational, and that's a commercial property with high child frequency. You could put a daycare, a school, things like that on the property. And then we also look at construction excavation worker exposure. So if you go out and after the fact, after you have the NFA in place, the no further action letter in place, and you have your covenant not to sue, as you're developing the property and you want to go put a new sidewalk in, or you have to put a new sewer line in, we have this already evaluated, and we'll have the appropriate plans going forward, and an O&M plan and what they call a risk mitigation plan. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So that's just, I just kind of wanted to make it clear on how much work has really been done. Now, based on this risk assessment that we've done, we'll identify some additional data gaps where we feel that we need some additional soil samples to maybe close the gap, determine some horizontal extent of an area, and then we'll take that data, put it back into the risk assessment, and that'll be our final property specific risk assessment. And that's used then and relied upon in the no further action letter. So the phase two, there's been work on that. The report is not prepared or not fully written. And originally that was going to be kind of tasked for Deegan. And I think the way we've looked at it now, similar to what I did across the street, we're going to end up writing the phase two for just the 23 acres for the NFA letter, is how I understand it at this point. And so once we complete this additional work, which maybe in the next couple of months should be done, we can then complete that report. And similar to the phase one and the risk assessment, once we have that finalized, we can then share that with the city through the NDA process.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you for a second before
Absolutely.
it continues on with anything more. Are there any questions?
I know it's a lot, and I'm probably going fast, so I apologize.
Well, that's why I did that. Go ahead, Mr. Koss.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Council President. Mr. Gross, you're talking about this next phase could be wrapped up on your end in the next couple of months with this being written up. Are there additional phases after that? I guess I'm trying to get to, in the terms of months, how long are you looking at till you see the remediation of those 23 acres complete? And I might have a follow-up based on your answer.
Mr. Gross?
I apologize. I could only hear about half that. If someone could restate it or
I'll say it again kind of loud. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. You had stated that this next phase, you got a few more months that you are putting this report together. Is there a phase after that? And what I'm trying to get to is, what do you see as being how long until the conclusion of the remediation of the 23 acres where you would be able to make the determination, you with Verdantis and then the Ohio EPA and the Ohio VAP, that you would make the determination that this area has been remediated for the intended use?
Well, some of that will be negotiated or discussed with Ohio EPA under technical assistance on how they would like to see the NFA structured, because we're in a unique situation here. We have a property that has a purchase agreement on it that relies on achieving a no further action letter. So we will craft a no further action letter with the appropriate protections in place that the full remediation can be done when the TIF money comes in. And so, and what that means is that, let's say you meet a specific standard, say a commercial standard or an commercial industrial standard at one point with minimal remediation, because this site's going to get graded and capped with 2 to 3 feet minimum. Some areas maybe 15 feet. It just depends on getting that surface water flow, getting that final grading plan. And so that won't happen until after the NFA letter. And under the program, that's allowable. It has to be built into your NFA letter, and you have a schedule, and that's all part of it. So the full remediation of this to the commercial recreational land use will come after the NFA letter is written and signed and covenant is in place, with the understanding that the site will meet the recreational land use at the end of the day, at the end of whatever schedule was put together on the TIF.
All right, thank you.
Your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. I have 2 questions. Can you hear me, Mr. Gross?
Yes, I can.
Okay. The first question has to do with your report. Thank you for going into such great detail. When you mentioned about the soil samples in the wells, are those from Verdantis, or are those Deacon soil samples in wells?
Deegan has done most of the field work out there. We've been on site and we've guided the more recent, when I mentioned the data gap analysis, that's when we kind of got involved and got down into the data and evaluated that and determined that there was some additional work. So we've been kind of working hand in hand with Deegan, and Deegan will do the actual field work, and we'll be in the field to, do any oversight or observations, that kind of thing.
May I go on to my second question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman, Council President. My second question has to do with something that I think everybody here in the room has been talking about, and that is the shoreline area, the park, because people want to know who's going to be remediating it, when would it be remediated, who's going to be paying for the remediation of the parkland, and council's understanding is that it will be remediated prior to our purchase. Is that correct?
I can't answer to all of that. I can answer to when it's going to be assessed, and then we would evaluate that on how it impacts the VAP, or the voluntary action program portion of the property. How it's going to be remediated, I mean, until the samples are taken, we don't know if there is remediation required. And if so, that's part of waters of the state. And what I can tell you, though, is what we're working on as far as how to get to that point where some decisions can be made. I'm going to share my screen again if I can, or am I still sharing or not?
Yes,
Okay.
you're still sharing.
So, all right. So I'll jump to this. One of the things we're doing, we worked with the city to secure what they call a TBA grant. It's the Targeted Brownfield Assessment Grant through Ohio EPA. And they have technical teams that can go out, and Verdantis used to be one of those providers. As of the 1st of January, we're no longer a provider, but they have some other consultants that do that, and it's grant money. And basically what we've worked out with them, we will write a basic scope of work, provide that to the agency, they'll approve that, and then put it out to their contractors. And then we hope to be collecting additional samples, and I'll show you here in a second, off property, that then can answer some of the city's questions, as well as additional data from surface water sampling that help us with our VAP portion of the site, groundwater to surface water pathways. So in that scope, what we plan to provide is paired sampling out in here in the surface water area.
Can everybody see? Hold on a second. Can everybody see his cursor moving around?
Yeah, if I move it, can you see the hand and cross?
Yeah.
I guess. Okay.
I just want to make sure.
In this
Thank
area, there'll be a series of paired samples, which would be surface water samples and then sediment samples. And then along this beach area, which is off property, mirrored samples will be collected in the sediment beach sand area. And then similarly in these areas, we plan to collect some surface water samples, possibly some sediment. But over here where the other beach area is the same thing, we'll collect a series of 3 or 4 locations out here where we're collecting a composite of surface water and then sediment samples and then beach samples. And then over in this area, we're really not planning any beach because there isn't any, although we would do surface and sediment. So in general, that's the scope of work, and that will give us a tremendous amount of information on the site conditions off property.
What is the timing of that?
We hope to be able to have that done this summer, is when talking with EPA, that's what's expected. And we're working out the final scope of that, and then they'll put it out to their bidders.
And to what degree is ODNR involved in that?
ODNR, really, in the sampling portion of it, they probably won't get involved at all. EPA will notify them. I've had conversations with Ohio EPA, and they do have communications with ODOT. If there's significant impact, that's where ODNR, I'm sorry, would get involved, and maybe even the Army Corps, who knows, as far as that question on remediation. But I can tell you from other projects, and again, it's not specific to this project necessarily, but other projects that we do a lot of work on the lake and on Ohio River, that I'd be very surprised if the surface water is impacted, but I mean, it certainly could be. But this sand comes and goes. This sand is probably not originated from the site. It comes and goes as you get nor'easters. 1 year it might be there, 2 years it might be gone. And you've all lived up there. You see it. You know what the shoreline does. And so it's a very dynamic system, but what we're doing is getting a snapshot of it now.
Yeah, Stephanie, tell her that the feed came on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shamir.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Shamir's got a question.
Steve, sorry, if you could go back to sharing your screen, I would greatly appreciate it.
Oh, sure. There we go.
I do have a couple of questions. So the sand accumulation to the left and then to the top where Powdermaker Creek comes out.
Oh, right up here?
Yes. So that is part of the waters of the state, correct?
Yeah, and now, okay, this line is the best we can do at this moment until we get a survey. But yes, so anything beyond this is waters of the state.
And the pink demarcates the extent of the purchase.
Correct.
Okay. So when would you envisage that a beach could be had, and is that part of the scope of work that you guys are working on?
It's not on part of the scope as it relates to the VAT property. I'm not certain exactly where this line falls, so that will depend. If there's additional samples out here that are required for the VAT, then that will be collected under data gaps analysis.
So you guys are not currently.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So you guys are not really currently looking at the beach and a risk assessment on a beach.
No, that's off property.
Yeah.
This area here and this area here is not part of the VAT. Now we will look at surface water, even though that's off property, because that's ultimately a pathway.
Yeah, but with the mixture and water, as you said previously, that is not going to be much of an issue, more than likely. But with respect to the sediments and a beach, that is not part of this phase of work.
Not directly with the VAT phase 2 work that we're doing.
Okay.
If you recall, we did put a grant request in several months ago through Ohio Department of Development. Unfortunately, we have not heard back statewide on any of those yet, which did incorporate some of that work as well. So we went ahead and got a TBA grant in addition to that, so that we have funding that would provide us the ability to know the condition of the beach, the condition of the surface water, as the council has asked us.
Now, with the data that you collect, will you perform a risk assessment and conceptual mitigation measures for the use of the beach area?
If we are asked to.
So currently you're not asked to?
No, right now our focus is to get the data and look at it. We'll do a comparison. What the scope of that is next, depending on, what it is. I don't know that we've really talked about that far into the scope, other than getting the data and looking at it and see how it compares to standards.
Yeah. So the next question I've got, it pertains to Powdermaker Creek. When we were walking through, you're not really going to take a look at Powdermaker Creek and its risks at this point, or are you?
No, we've looked at groundwater around Powdermaker Creek. There's surface water samples going in and out. The lower area is inaccessible. And really looking at the video of it, it's structurally sound. And, we have samples all around it, and samples, like I said, on the entrance, samples over here off property and samples off property over here. We will look at additional sampling.
Okay. But would the daylighting of Powdermaker Creek be a part of this phase of assessment?
Which phase? When you say this phase?
This phase, when you guys are doing the environmental investigation, the phase 2, and doing the risk assessment.
In part, yes, absolutely. And any data we collect in the future, we would utilize that as part of our phase 2 for the VAT property.
So the daylighting of Powdermaker Creek, you will be performing a risk assessment and evaluation.
Yeah, and keep in mind that this line, we think is actually not, that the daylighting is actually beyond the property boundary. So that's considered off-site work. And any data we take on that, we would look at it and compare it and bring it into our report.
I guess,
if there's exceedances to surface water standards, we would identify that.
and the other thing, this is my last question. The other thing that you mentioned is remediation would be after TIF is actually approved.
The remediation on this pinkish area to a commercial standard for high child frequency exposures, the bulk of it would be done as part of the TIF.
And that would be utilizing TIF funding.
Correct. And that would be generally what that means is you would grade the property, you would, fill in low areas, and then as a remediation, you would probably bring in 2 to 3 feet of clean soil that meets the recreational standard. And that would be then managed under an O&M plan as a cap, because by putting it under an O&M plan, it gives more ability to control it. And then in addition to the operation and maintenance plan of that site, we would put a risk mitigation plan in place also that has direction for soil management. So in the future, as I mentioned, if you go below that 2 feet and you get into the soils that may exceed a standard, then there's a procedure for managing that. If it's not hazardous, you can put it back in the ground below that area. Let's say you're going to put a drainage system in, new storm tiles or whatever, plant a tree, that can all be managed within that risk mitigation plan and O&M plan.
So if I may, so the operation and maintenance plan has a cost, and I just need clarification for all the residents and everyone to understand. That operation and maintenance plan is to manage the cap for effectively the life of the park.
Yes, it goes in perpetuity for the whole property as it's tied to the environmental covenant and to the covenant not to sue.
Yeah. So there is a cost associated with that. And when it comes to planting trees and such, there would have to be specific requirements stipulated so that that cap would not be affected or disturbed.
Or there are ways to design that where
Yes.
you can plant trees. And a lot of times, and it's my understanding from discussions in the past that there really aren't any plans for trees, but certainly walkways, walking paths, parking lot, maybe a gazebo, those kind of things that come later, all fall within this preview
Right.
of.
Well, thank you very much, because some of the photos and images that were produced previously indicated trees, and residents talk about trees. I just want that clarification that there are limitations on what can be done on an engineered cap. Thank you very much. That's my questions.
I have another question. Based on the potential for the ongoing cost, do you have any idea, or can you estimate what the cost would be to continue with the cap remediation? I'm not sure that I'm saying that right. What the cost would be to over the years? Yes.
So, okay, as part of your requirement under the covenant not to sue from Ohio EPA, you're going to be required, any brownfield site like this that's going through that with an NFA letter and a covenant is required to do annual monitoring. And that there's 3 components of that really. One is to state that, the property hasn't changed in a way that violates the environmental covenant and the agreed to property uses. And then also you need to report if the O&M plan was implemented, meaning that did you have to go in and do repairs, or did you have a construction project? You just basically detail what was done and how you manage the soils. It's fairly simple, actually. And then the risk mitigation plan is all part of it as well. And you have to annually report if a risk mitigation plan was utilized or not. And how we've done it in the past is they're basically form letters that you fill in yes, no, and if so, you write a paragraph or two and add your plans. And it's fairly simple and take some photos. It's not a huge cost. Where the cost is your construction fees. But the actual annual O&M, I have sites much bigger than this, more complicated than this, and they may cost, a couple $1,000 one year. And if they do a construction project, maybe 3,000, 4,000, and the next year it's 1,000. It just depends on what's done in that year and how much documentation is required.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other council questions? I'm not seeing anything else that you have to add for us?
Well, does that, hopefully the information I shared with you tonight is what you were expecting?
I got one more.
wasn't really sure, but.
Mr. President, I got one more.
Mr. Kaz has another question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. One last question, Mr. Gross. So, as you know, before us, we have the Lakefront Mixed-Use Overlay District, 1219, that's going to be coming up for third reading on this. In the event that were not to pass, what does that do with your actions on remediation? What does that do with the process of where you are? The reports you talked about being generated, the sampling, where does it go on the whole process? Because, and the reason I ask this is because 1219 specifically speaks about 20 contiguous acres of parkland, and it outlines where this proposed would be. But if this were to fail, essentially there is no parkland. So what does that do for you on your end with remediation of that?
I would love to be able to fully answer that question, but I don't know what it would exactly do to us, because that's our goal, is to be able to get a no further action letter for 23 acres of parkland. But let's say, all this work is for naught. It's not for naught. It's all useful. And let's say it all went, commercial industrial. Well, there wouldn't be a lot of assessment work that's done any differently. And as we're doing our risk assessment work, we're not only looking at a recreational land use, we're also comparing it to commercial industrial standards. So, and I can tell you that this site, of a lot of brownfield sites that I work on, looks pretty darn good from a commercial industrial land use. And what requires so much remediation is putting that cap on for restriction for recreational land use, just because it's a higher standard.
And I think that's a question that somebody's going to need to answer prior to our vote, and it's probably not you, Steve, but somebody's going to need to answer what if this were to go away, if 1219 were to go away, and 20 plus acres of contiguous parkland is now off the table. What does that do for you, the remediation, your work? Does it stop the next day? I don't know. And we don't have to answer that right now, but somebody's got to answer it pretty soon on what the ramifications of that are, because this is all being done with the idea that we're going to obtain a park. And if we don't, what does that mean? So I just want to put that out for our experts to answer maybe by next week.
I can say that if the land use changes for any reason, for whatever it is, the same process would be followed and the same level of effort would be followed, other than, the cost of actual remediation if it went to a commercial industrial standard versus a recreational standard.
All right, thank you.
Because even if you go for a mixed use, you're going to be using the same things that we talked about. You're going to be using cover material. I have several sites like this and much more contaminated than this site. And they have residential units on them, and they have an O&M plan. They have a risk mitigation plan in place. They have, 2 to 4 feet of soil that meets a standard, a residential standard. and engineering controls in place that allows people to live and play and walk their dog and, do all that and not be exposed to direct contact to chemicals of concern.
Thank you. Mrs. Fenderbosh has another question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gross, you spoke about meeting the standards for industrial commercial. This council, in a week, will be looking at changing the zoning to a B3, which is not industrial. It's limited business. And then we're also looking at whether or not we're going to keep the 2018 mixed-use overlay in place, or we're going to be adopting the 2019 mixed-use overlay. So, 2019, I'm sorry, I do, 1219, I'm sorry. I do not see this being an industrial site. So it's not that I want to throw your work out the window. To me, it looks like it's going to be going to a higher standard.
No, I appreciate you bringing that up. Todd would probably scold me for that. Okay, so when I say commercial industrial standards, that is the standard within the rule. It doesn't break them apart. It doesn't break commercial separate from industrial. So if you were to have, let's say a shopping mall, for example, I'm just using that as an example, that would fall under a commercial industrial standard. So they don't really have an industrial standard under the voluntary action program. You can calculate that, and it's a much higher, or a much higher number, but of tolerance. But so that is, I could see where that's a point of confusion. So when you're talking under the voluntary action program terms, if you say commercial industrial, that could be industrial, it could be like strip mall. I mean, it covers a wide brush of property uses. But then when you get into recreational, or you get into like a restricted residential, those are all specific standards as well. So hopefully that helps if I explain that correctly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Shamir has another question. Go ahead, Mr. Shamir.
So just for sake of clarity, we're talking about 1219 mixed-use overlay. You guys are doing this assessment. Yet, if this is mixed-use overlay, where only 50% of the site is utilized, you still would go through the same process. The process does not change.
Right. I mean, you would look at it. I mean, you would look at the site in the same manner. You just might use different standards.
So if it's a mixed-use overlay with residential and commercial, you may utilize parking structure as a cap. You may utilize caps in one area and concrete in another area. So the utilization of the data and what is going through will not be any different. Your risk assessment will show your risk, and engineering controls will be designed based on requirement.
Yeah, the only difference would you might have to tweak your risk assessment a little bit to look at a residential standard. But the thing is that your remedy's not really going to change for all intents and purposes. You're going to use, because of the contaminant, we don't have volatile organics out here. It's more of a direct contact issue. So it's going to be managed through the same type of remediation process.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Any more questions for Mr. Gross? Mayor, anything that you'd like to add?
No, I just want to thank Steve for putting in his time and, joining us and answering questions.
Okay, you beat me to the punch. So thank you, Mr. Gross, for your time.
Is it okay if I sign off?
Yeah.
I think so, 10:20 at night. Okay. All right.
Well, I didn't mean to say that too early. I meant,
well,
you need me for anything else.
You got a few more minutes for May the 4th to be with you, so your way to go. So you can sign off.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Thank
you, Steve.
All right. Next, regarding this, Mr. Zemanek is here from the Lorain County Metro Parks. was asked to be here to discuss the Metro Parks and their involvement. I know that we're going to go on for a while. Mr. Zemanek, how long are you thinking that your presentation's going to be?
I guess I could restrict it to 5 or 10 minutes.
Well,
I mean,
I
just
don't
to
want
answer-
you to, I don't want you to restrict it. People want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I guess in truth, Council President, it's really in response to the questions. How many questions are going to be posed and those answers to those questions.
All right, well, how about we take a 5-minute break, everybody? All right, and then we'll be back with Mr. Zemanek. Thank you. Zimnick, if you,
If I had 5, 6 lines, I'd be able to plug that in. I don't have a computer. No?
no.
You haven't? The same.
Yeah. All right, everybody at their seats. Miss Rosmarin's passing out some handouts from Mr. Zimnick. Mr. Zimnick, thank you for being here. The hour is getting late, but I want to make sure that, because I know people are watching this and they're watching at home and they're continuing to watch and they'll see the replays. Not like Sports Center, but they'll see the replays. So why don't you go ahead, introduce yourself and why you're here.
So I'm Jim Zimnick. I'm the director of the Lorain County Metro Parks. We do some history here. We've been involved with this project since close to the inception, by invitation from former Mayor Zilka, shortly before the big presentation at the Avon Lake High School. So we were invited to participate as part of the park on the lakefront. That carried over by invitation to Mayor Spetzel. So we've stayed in touch with this project since then. You know, a lot of you know that I've attended meetings when I'm invited. Some of the meetings early on that included Avis and Young and Shara and Allard. So we've been part of this, I guess, collaboration since 2023. Also including, as I understand, last week, Dick Shields was here from Avis and Young and made a reference that we had tried to make some acquisition. That's true. Back in July of 2023, there was, and I'll talk a little bit about that later, there was a coastal, through ODNR, a coastal zone management grant opportunity. We submitted an application that had a cap on it of about $5 million. We submitted an application to acquire some land, pretty much the strip that would be like Powdermaker Creek and a little bit of the lakeshore to the east. That, and I think I described this before, that was not a successful application. The response came back from ODNR, nice application, but you don't own anything, and they weren't going to fund anything. And the grant was to say, can you give us money so we can own something so we can go forward? But for lack of a lot of detail, because it really wasn't a long window to put that application together. But again, it was not successful. Moral of the story, it was not successful. So, but I also want to say, as we're into this process, we're here by invitation, and I've said it to Mayor Zilka and Mayor Spetzel and others, that we're here as long as Avon Lake wants us here, the citizens want us here. We believe very strongly in the site, a lakefront park. It's I'm famous for saying there's 26 miles of lakefront in Lorain County, and very lakefront, Lake Erie, a great lake, and there's only 5 Great Lakes, and we have a golden opportunity here to create some green space along that, and we feel very strongly that brings value. We're in a parks business. There's no financial gain, but this brings a quality of life. We're in the quality of life business, and we feel very strongly about that. We take great pride under Ohio Revised Code. Metro parks are created under Ohio Revised Code, Chapter 1545, which is, in summary, the preservation and the conservation of the state's natural resources. And that's what kind of drives us, okay? We have no financial gain in this project at all, unless we do, and that's a long shot. Traditionally, we have projects where we generate revenue, which is in front of you. You'll see at Lakeview Park. We do generate some revenue from rentals of shelters and we call the Sunset Terrace, which is inside the building. But that's not the prime driver. That's not the prime motivator. So I guess I'll just point to what's in front of you. Again, Council President Smith and Councilwoman Goodwin had asked for some financials a few weeks ago. You see our operating costs at Lakeview, which is, again, nothing's truly apples to apples. Each site is different. Acreage is different. What's there, the amenities are going to be different. But there you see our operating costs to run Lakeview is about $500,000 a year. Okay, that covers the staffing. We have a manager, assistant manager, 2 full-time maintenance, and then a whole group of temps and seasonals.
A couple questions for you.
Go ahead, sir.
And how many acres is Lakeview Park? And talk about some of the services that you provide there for the $500,000 a year.
Okay, so Lakeview Park is about, and again, that's in that little PowerPoint photos. It's about 37 acres total. Services that we provide there, again, in that case, we have the beach, which also includes then seasonally anywhere from 6 to 10 lifeguards, depending on availability. So we run the beach there. We have a rose garden there, which is historical. So again, they maintain the park. They mow the trees. They mow the grass. They maintain the trees. We plow the snow. There you go. Yeah. We are in the cusp of putting in a brand new playground there along the beach. Historically, there had been one there and been falling into disrepair. We finally yanked that out because it was a hazard. So we now have a contract that should start probably after Labor Day. Design build to build a brand new playground down there with some adult fitness equipment as well, because we're finding a lot of adults like to work out there as well, and football teams. So we've got that underway.
Have you bid that out yet?
I'm sorry?
Bid that out yet? The playground?
Yeah, we already have. It's a design build agreement. It's Compan. I can't think of the formal name of the company, but yeah, that's working with Benke Associates.
What about the cost of it?
That will be, right now, it's estimated about $750,000. I've got a few extra grand in there because of what's not included is some site lighting, because we have to relocate some lights. So we'll be picking that up under a separate agreement. But we'll be implementing the hillside as part of that, basically like a climbing net, some slides. It's really neat design. Yeah, so again, we'd like to build a park. I've said this before. This, as we viewed it, it's not just a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is a once in about every 300-year opportunity to take a site that was 100 years of a coal burning power plant. The opportunity is there to seize it and grasp it and say, this is an opportunity, because once it goes away, quite candidly, you never say never, but we don't see an opportunity that would ever come this way again like that. So we're excited about it. We're proud and excited to be part of it, as long as, again, everybody allows us to be. There are a number, but I know there's going to be questions, and there's been discussions about park planning, master planning. We see a number of hurdles and barriers to that. Number one, as Mr. Gross talked about, the environmental, the brownfields. In good conscience, we can't see moving forward with a master planning process, hire consultants, sink a whole lot of time and resources when we don't know what we don't know. We don't know the hot spots. We don't know where some of this stuff is going to be. So to properly engage in a master planning process, and I emphasize the word master planning, it'd be a long-term overall process. We can't basically engage in that and invest in that when we don't know a whole lot of information, because what are we telling the consultants? Okay. Another big hurdle is the money. They're not going to work for free, so somehow we all have to collectively figure out who's paying these people, how and when. And I would say it'd be ill-advised for us to get too far ahead of it and pay for something that, when there's so many other barriers and hurdles to get over, we'd all look like buffoons, frankly, for the people who pay our salaries, that we put forward that money and we have nothing to show for it. So I know we had early discussions at the end of last calendar year and early this year about embarking on a master plan. We put a whole lot of, brought a whole lot of examples together. Ted's staff, Kelly, my staff, pulled together a bunch of examples regionally as well as nationally and Midwestern about the master planning process, what they put into this. but to go forward on it when there's so many unknowns, and one being who's paying for this. So we kind of pulled back a little bit to say let's let this process go forward before we get into that. Again, I mean, I don't want to get caught up in the discussion. I think TIF has been recognized as part of this process as a mechanism to generate the funding for this, to build it. But that's one of probably several. And again, I'm not here to speak to in favor or against the TIF, but that's certainly a mechanism where funds are going to be generated that would enable the city. And I want to say we're not part of that TIF. There has been no discussion about that, but it would certainly generate funds that would allow the construction of the park. Okay, I don't know enough about the TIF to say would that also help cover operating costs. I don't know the deep, deep in the weeds on that. But I can say, and I said this early on about funding sources. Again, compliments to Ted and his staff, Kelly. They've already made inroads, I think, well, they've made applications for a couple of federal grants. I think the one that they just got an answer on was the Lake Area Protection Fund. There's also currently actively engaged in what's called the Initiative for Resilient Great Lakes Coast. And the list is super long. There's the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. There's NOAA grants, which is the Ocean Atmospheric Administration. NOACA is a good source of funding. Coastal Zone Management, which I brought up earlier. And US EPA, I've worked with them or spoken to them over the years. They love, and I think Steve talked about it, they love when you take a brownfield and make it green space. They will fund that. They will find every possible way to make that happen and support that to happen, because they like, basically, I'm not speaking for them, but to minimize those risks. And when you talk about recreational parkland, it's other descriptions you could say it's transitory. You're walking through it. It's almost ephemeral in many ways. You don't live in it. You don't even work in it. Okay, not in an indoor space. And that's why US EPA will be very helpful and generous in helping fund some site improvements. As I talk about all this, I want to emphasize that what's very apparent in those federal grants and state grants is ecological, environmentally based. Okay, they want to talk about shorelines, erosion protection, wildlife protection, fish, birds, encouraging that type of habitat. I talked about that. The fund, they will fund capital improvements, but I want to emphasize not operating. Okay, so I know Mr. Shamir has brought up operating funds. I've never encountered in my entire career where you're going to get, especially a grant money, to help you fund operating costs. Okay, that's what basically kind of the rule of thumb is. They will help generate capital funds, make the improvements, green infrastructure, however you want to say it. But they're saying we'll make that commitment, but you got to run it, you got to operate it, and that's on you, whoever that's going to be. But I can say, I think, not a guarantee, I think places like this, and I think I've seen smattering of comments made online about people would love to basically have a part of this, a piece of this. They will fund a bench, they will fund a garden, they want to be part of it. And we've done very well with that over the years, about people wanting to be part of it. I think there's also opportunities here for foundation grants, whether it's our local Lorain County community grants or Cleveland Foundation. I think there's great opportunity for that, not a guarantee. But I can say early on, and I know in some of the earlier meetings, Avon, however you say it, forgive me, had a high level of interest in this. Ultimately, we had been talking to them. A lot of it was about, quite candidly, the tracks, the railroad tracks that to us common folk would call abandoned, but Norfolk Southern doesn't call them abandoned. They're just not used. Okay, but Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I think I'd like to open it up
Okay, that's
for
fine.
council to ask you
Well,
questions.
can I make this one last comment?
You can make 2 comments if you
All
like.
right, thank you, Jeff. You're very gracious. Magnanimous. That one of the, I'm like, as we got into conversations, like, what's your level of interest in this? They want young talent, okay? They're looking to attract, you know, Ivy's might be one of it, or the University of Chicago, University of Rochester, Washington, St. Louis. They need that talent. They want to be able to say, come here, work here, play here. And they know generationally, those people want to be out in the water. They want bike trails. They want to be out parasailing. You know, they want that. And that's very much what Avon was looking to do in terms of being part of this. I think that would be a good source for you if they haven't been tapped, okay? And you can go on your list here and all the great businesses, leading industry, you know, Ford to Hinckley Lighting, you know, your big employers here, I think would be good sources of support for a project like this. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Shamir.
Mr. Zimnick, the narrative that I hear from you is quite different from what I heard at the Lorraine Metro Parks meeting, which I've recorded and I want to play, if I may. About the power plants last Tuesday evening, and at that meeting. Excuse me, just. Road, all the way. Ward 1 councilperson for Avon Lake. There was a meeting about the power plants last Tuesday evening, and at that meeting, there was a slide presented by the mayor which specifically addressed ALERG discussion and negotiations. And within that, there was a bullet point that said continued engagement, coordination with Lorraine County Metro Parks as partners. So I would like to get a clarification what exactly that means, because last month I came in and there was a discussion that there is no agreements or arrangements, but when I go to that meeting, I hear that there is actually coordination as partners, and it becomes a bit. Our director can answer. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Robin. Again, I know we had a brief, informal moment. I was also in attendance at that meeting, and I was a little taken aback by that as well. What is that? What are they conveying here? I think you've seen me, residents here of Avon Lake. I've attended meetings when I'm invited to or encouraged to by the mayor and staff, but I don't have any. What does that mean? Coordination. I go to meetings. We talk. Would it be? Would it be a good thing for the Metro Parks to participate in some lakefront open space park design? Yes, it'd be a good thing. I've expressed on behalf of the Metro Parks that I would hope that we could do that. But as you know, probably better than anybody, respectfully, Mr. Shamir, that there's a whole lot of issues that still need to be resolved. And I think our legal counsel can attest. He's asked me a lot of questions and has addressed the board about concerns about environmental, brownfields, et cetera, until, as I politely said, until we get over some hurdles, or you can call them Berlin walls, call them whatever you want. Our level of engagement, I will continue to meet, I'll continue to talk, but we have no contractual relationship. We just share, again, I can share experiences on park design, our experiences along Lake Erie with Lakeview Park, our partnerships with Elyria, Cascade, et cetera. But there is no formal, that comment, as I expressed to you earlier, also kind of was like, what does that mean?
Thank you.
So that's my answer.
And the reason that alarm bells went off, it said coordination and partners, and those two together, for me, has a lot of legal ramifications. So I'm trying to get clarification as far as I am concerned and what I'm dealing with, and I do appreciate the comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
And I was going to say, a lot of things that go on in the county, our name gets.
So, what I'd like to say, Mr. Zemnick, right now, it was a very rosy picture that you just painted, that everyone is moving forward and everything is there. You, in fact, utilize collaboration. We've been collaborating. It's either you are or you're not.
Can I ask you?
Please.
Okay. And I made that clear, and forgive me if I didn't make it clear this evening in my notes. We have no contractual relationship. We have no financial stake, okay? Do I continue to show up here, speak to all of you individually or as a group, meet with the mayor and his staff? Yes, okay? I believe, and my board supports me believing in this project. Now, what I've gotten clear direction from my board, we're not signing any contract, okay? We're not getting too deep in, you're not going too deep here with commitments because we don't know what we don't know, okay? So I hope you don't find that contrary, Rob. I don't mean that contrary, but we have no, and yes, you're right. I
mean,
when the mayor's comment, I don't speak for the mayor. You know, we do collaborate, we talk, we try to work towards solutions. We have no contract. Partnering, if you feel that's legal, I'm gonna defer to you or Mr. Ebert.
You continue to say, if you like, I mean, the conversation continued is that it has to be approved by board and legal, and they have not committed to anything. They have not agreed to anything.
Correct.
And that is where we are. So there is no relationship with Lorain County Metro Parks as it sits. So when we're talking about the power plant,
yes,
is there a relationship between Lorain County Metro Parks and the power plant and the park out there?
We have I guess we're getting a little jumbled here on parsing words as to what relationships
So
are collaboration.
are you guys actively working with the city of Avon Lake to manage that site? Because my first question was, are you going to manage it? Are you guys going to be responsible for the cost and the environmental risks? That was the previous month's meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
Right, and if I didn't answer it then, at this point, we don't know, because we haven't collectively, collaboratively, however you want to frame it, Councilman, we haven't gotten that far, okay? I said this early on, we're here as long as Avon Lake would like us here, the citizens would like us here. We have no, I can talk about Lakeview, and I made reference to that in the last meeting, it's in the recording. All right, the parks that we do at Lakeview with Lorain, in Elyria with Cascade, we have agreements with them. They continue to own the land. We have either 50 or 99-year leases on that. And in those agreements, yes, we make a commitment to say, okay, we can take that park over, we will manage it, we will improve it, we'll guarantee a certain amount of money of investment, we will seek federal funds to do that. So that's how we built those up. We haven't gotten, quite candidly, we have not gotten that far yet.
Thank you.
You take this, we take that. We've had preliminary discussions, this goes back to Mayor Zilka, that we would take the east side of the site from basically Powdermaker Creek to the eastern edge. The city of Avon Lake had expressed an interest at that time, and I can believe that continues, to take the west side because it then is adjacent and contiguous with Miller Road Park. That made sense. But we haven't really gotten back to that yet. There have been, I think, former Councilman Zuber said, I think you should just take it all. Okay, let's talk about it. Okay, you know what I mean? You know there's a cost to everything. I mean, there's a lot of, okay,
All right.
I didn't mean any.
Any more-
Hopefully, I'm not.
Any more council members? Mr. Koss?
Yep, thank you. So, Mr. Zimnick, how do you see, I think we've heard a little bit of this, but providing the remediation goes well, the city acquires the park land formally, TIF goes through, all of that, how do you see, what would be your, I don't know, dream isn't the right word. What would be your vision on how the city and the metro parks could work together? How would you like to be a part of this? How would you like to form, we're saying the word partnership, make it more binding, make it more legal.
Sure.
And I'm not holding you to your
No, I
answer,
understand.
but
Right.
what's your vision for this piece of property and working with the city of Avon Lake going forward?
The vision, the goal would be to work together to develop a first-class lakefront park. I guess on a more, personal or motivational thing is ecologically, environmentally sound. I think a lot of that starts to show up in the Gensler plan, where they start talking about the Powdermaker Creeks and the ecological part and the environmental part, bolstering, basically help support erosion control, making it habitat friendly, a nice place. I mean, we are in the parks business. It's a nice place that people can go and visit and walk and take their children. There's great opportunity there.
So you think that Lorraine County Metro Parks should be a part of this, providing, all of the environmental and everything else works out?
I think we can bring a lot to the table with that, Councilman. What I believe, what I
I'm asking you as Jim Zemnick president.
Yeah,
I know you don't speak for the board. I'm asking
Right.
you.
If the board, I strongly believe in that. I strongly believe that we can bring a lot working together for Lakefront Park. If, again, this council, the citizens say, nope, that's not what we want, that's fine. That's fine. It really is. At least I think at the end of the day, me and the parks have said we gave it our best shot to try to bring the best thing forward.
Okay, and I got just a couple quick questions on park planning, because
Go ahead.
we've heard a lot of questions about park planning. They look at the drawings and they say, well, there's no parking in that park planning.
True.
Could you talk to us about the process of park planning? And we've heard all of the different amenities that residents have wanted, and the boardwalks and
Right.
pavilions and a reception hall for weddings and such, and an amphitheater. We've heard all these wonderful things. Can you tell us? And there's none of those things in that in those pictures either.
That's true.
So how does all of that stuff go into a park plan, and how do you budget that park plan based on what we think we can afford? That's a lot there I gave you.
Yeah.
Because we can pour everything into a park plan, but if you can't pay for it, it's not a very good park plan. So how do you take the two things of getting what the public wants and what we can afford in a park plan? That could be actually.
Well, I'll quote Michael Jagger and Keith Richards. You can't always get what you want. Okay, you try sometimes, but it's a process. It truly is a master planning, engaging process, both with the however you want to say it, stakeholders, focus groups, the public. I think we've always engaged the public, and quite candidly, from experience. We're not going to hide from that. We never do, but it's very helpful and useful if we're pursuing federal funds, which I think there's a treasure trove of federal funds here to be had for this project. If you don't have public meetings, the feds are going to say, nice try, until you have some public meetings and you can prove that you've had that, you've engaged the public, you're wasting time. Okay. So that process would be, again, all of those things rolled in together about what do you want. Here's what the sites, the site opportunities, constraints, information that Mr. Gross for Dances is going to provide to say, that's nice that you might want that, but that's just not going to work there because environmentally, we've got a cap. You can't go deep on footers. You can't dig a big basement. I mean, you start talking about, again, any kind of design engineering process, opportunities, constraints. Okay. So you're right, and you're right. This site, as that master plan was laid out by Gensler, did not include parking. We're going to have to do that. We're going to have to come to grips with where are we, for people who are going to come here vehicularly, then where are we going to put them? How do we circulate them? That all goes into the process.
But those items would be covered in that process. That wouldn't necessarily.
Absolutely.
Okay. Just because it's not there now.
Correct.
Doesn't mean that we would put a 23-acre park on the shoreline with no place to park.
Correct.
Okay.
And a lot of that, again, I'm not deep in the weeds on the development agreement with the private. These are things that kind of churn and keep me awake at night to say, okay, well, if we're talking parking, we work together and get a parking lot. What's to prevent the private side of this from taking up all the parking? Or the public, you're going to do some events. I'm assuming we're going to do some large-scale events there. How are we going to keep the public from taking up all the private side?
You know what I mean? These are things you just have to kind of
It's
have to
all
work
part
through.
of the planning, the part of
Absolutely.
planning.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Reynolds?
Thank you. This should be a quick one, and I apologize if you've already answered this earlier. Of the $520,000 for
Yeah.
2025, what percentage of that was paid for by the city of Lorraine?
None of that. Actually, I'm glad you asked that. You'll notice, I think there's more of an itemized list attached. In that arrangement, and therein lies the big difference when we're talking about Lakeview and Lorraine, Cascade and Elyria. Those parks had been existing for a long time, had fallen severely into decay. So when this was an agreement between the former director, the board, and the cities, Lorraine and Elyria respectively, they pick up the utilities. So we don't pay a whole heck of a lot of utilities. The electric bill goes on Lorraine's meters, Elyria's meters, water goes that way. They take care of it. They handle a lot of the trash hauling pickup. We do cover like one big dumpster at Lakeview because of the association with the restaurant, the building there, but they pick up most of those costs. But that's the extent of it. We do have law enforcement world, there's mutual aid, so they are primary. So we have rangers that will spend time there, will pass through there, do programming, walk it, but if there's any, and it's only really been a handful of times, literally a handful of times, where there's any kind of disturbance, Lorraine PD will show up and they'll handle it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Hopefully I
Thank
answered
you.
your
And
question.
actually, I was working for Elyria when Cascade was transferred over to the Metro Parks,
Oh.
and I know that was in really bad shape. And I also was working with Lorraine when they were having trouble just cutting the grass due to the finances. So I was involved in both of those, so I
Yeah.
remember them quite well. But you're right, those parks were already there and done. So, all right. Anybody else on my left? Mr. Ebert.
You know, I'm just thinking about this. It's similar to the Metro Parks in Bay Village. I mean, how it started and when Metro they came in there. Parking, they had a parking lot, but it ended up, because there's so many people from even Lorraine County come in, they park on the grass during the summer times and that. But that's a well parked, and it's right on the lake, and that issue came up because there was no access to the lake, and there was question about what is contaminated and everything else. That worked out over the years, and that's one of the most popular things that Bay Village has, and Lorraine County uses that quite a bit. I was on a couple of boards there, and it's really been an asset to the West Shore.
Okay. Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Thank you. So this question has to do with a tax base, okay? And you're tax exempt because you guys collect tax, like the city collects tax. And so for the property to evaluate, and when you have a building there, someone else could own it, a developer could own it, somebody else could own it. Is there a relationship on any of your properties where the Metro Park leases the space so that the building continues on the tax?
Early at Lakeview, there was an arrangement, for those who've been around, Lenny DeLuca, the DeLucas in the park, actually Lenny leased what they call Rose Cafe. So he was doing wedding events there. So we got a rental agreement with him. That over time, I mean, just quick history. His his health started to fail. He had some successor. It fell apart. And what tends to happen, and we'll get into these discussions at a later date, I hope we do, is that something goes wrong with that private vendor, they look to you. Well, that's your building. We say, oh, well, that's the private guy. I'm sorry your food was cold or they didn't, blah, blah, blah. But that's yours. So we learned a lesson from that.
Well,
So I'm very
flipping it.
apprehensive.
I think
Go
maybe
ahead.
I miscommunicated.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm doing it differently. I'm doing it where a developer owns the building and the Metro Parks is renting from it.
Oh,
the Metro Park
oh,
comes
I'm
in as
sorry.
a lease. Yes. So that the building continues to property evaluate.
I see.
To give property tax to the community. Have you
As
done
we're
that?
speaking about that, I
Do you have
don't. I
that
have
kind of
nothing
relationship?
that we don't. We have no relationship where we lease a building, a lease a space like that.
And one last question.
Yeah.
at any of your locations where you've been or through your career, you know what your counterparts are doing in other parts of the country. Have you come across any place where they've developed a SID,
Special improvement district.
yeah, right, or shoreline improvement districts, because the park, and hear me out here.
Yeah.
Because the park is going to be advantageous to all the other retail that's there, the mixed use, the condo owners, whatever, the restaurants, if there's a hotel, whatever. And so they would all be paying into that. If there's going to be a, I don't know, scuba diving, whatever, that business would then be paying into it. So that fund is what would be taking care of the operational of the park. That fund would be the maintenance of it. Have you ever come across anything like that in your area?
In our Metro Parks world, I have no knowledge of that. I can certainly, basically survey the other park district directors. I personally, in my career, I worked for a firm, multidisciplinary firm down in Akron, who did a boatload of those SID agreements with the Bowling Green, Tiffin, pretty much all over the map. And that's where the local. I know
College,
what you're
Tiffin, that's where I started.
Yeah, they put in.
But
they put in the funds to help take care of it.
But
yes.
Coralville, Iowa, for example, for them to take care of their wetlands and their hotels and everything. If I were to stay there, part of what for my rental, for my bed tax, would be a bed tax over here, but then there would be another tax on top of it to go toward the operations of that wetlands or whatever.
I understand.
So I know it's done in other areas. I didn't know if you had experience.
I have no.
Thank you. I won't take up any more time.
Not as a Metro Park.
Thank you.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Shamir.
I do have a question with respect to this image of
yes.
the eastern side and the daylighting of Powdermaker Creek. So you mentioned that your Lorraine Metro Parks involvement would be through a lease agreement.
Right. If that's one scenario. One scenario would be that we would, the city of Avon Lake would maintain ownership, and we would then get into a long-term lease agreement.
So there is a potential that you would pick it up and not lease it.
I guess kind of anything's, anything's possible, Rob.
Well, the thing is, when we were talking at the board meeting, you said it would be only a lease agreement. So I'm just trying to get clarification.
More than likely, yes, to give you the straight on.
If there's a lease agreement
Yes.
and the daylighting of Powdermaker Creek, who would retain environmental liabilities associated and the maintenance of any engineered remedial system on Powdermaker Creek? Would it be you guys or the city?
Well, again, that's the proverbial devil in the details as to, let's just hit the rewind button for everything that's been discussed thus far, okay? We're not part of the TIF. We're not part of some of these discussions that have been ongoing with Shara and Allard. We've had nothing personal, we've had limited discussions with Mr. Davis and the other attorneys. So we don't own anything. As getting back to what Steve's talking about, the VAP and the NFA, we're not part of that. So if there's a no further action covenant not to sue, and we're not part of it, I think we'd be very, very, very unlikely that we would then say, okay, we'll take that on, we'll take on all liabilities when we're not part of that agreement.
So what this would be a function of operation and maintenance of any engineered solution that would allow for the daylighting of Powdermaker Creek. Would you guys then do the O&M on that, or would it be the city under a lease?
Again, our agreements, I can speak to what currently in place with City of Lorraine, City of Elyria, City of Oberlin. We basically take responsibility for the site. Anything built on that site, we maintain it, we operate it, we plow the snow, we cut the grass. This is quite candidly, Rob, I think a more detailed question getting into, we'd love to see Powdermaker Creek daylighted. We'd love to help make that happen, support that with grants, whatever to make that happen. I think there's a great value to that from all kinds of different things. I think as we were to sit down and negotiate that, to say, okay, what level of responsibility
We would take care of it. I think anything relative to environmentally, if there's a washout, that type of thing. But if we're getting into issues relative to contamination that's going to pop up, quite candidly, I'd say no. We really wouldn't have. We would make sure we're not covered on that because we're not covered as part of any of the environmental.
So that risk would remain with the city?
More than likely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For being here. I appreciate your time. All right, at this point, I'm gonna, unless there's anything else on 26-36, move on to 26-37, which is the B3. Any questions or comments on that from council? All right, seeing none, we'll go to second readings. Mrs. Fenderbosh.
Yes. What would you like?
The second reading, resolution 26-39.
Right. So if this is.
Anything further on that?
No, it's very simple. It's just a pass through for the gazebo. Thank you.
Thank you. On first readings, I think there's two first readings that have come out of the Finance Committee meeting, which is the budget adjustment, which we've discussed already, and then the tax budget, which we've discussed already, which will be on for first reading as well. Any questions on those? Any miscellaneous business or announcements? I only have one. That is, the CIC is going to be replacing a member. The interviews for that position are scheduled for May 7th at 5:25. They, at this point, are going to be Mrs. Fenderbosh, myself, and Mr. Shamir. Mr. Shamir, I'd ask that you lead the discussion on those as you're the economic development and you're on the CIC. Any other issues? Mayor, you had something that you wanted to say relative to.
Yeah, I was going to make a statement, but in the essence of time, we're after 11 o'clock tonight. I can make that statement next week if that works.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll wait till next week, and I know we forgot our professionals here yet, and it's getting late. I'm just not sure if they have anything they want to add to this before we close it out. I want to give them an opportunity as well. If we need executive session.
Yeah, we have Mr. Lyden and Mr. Hun on, who've waited patiently, so I think we should go to executive session.
Mr. Smith, I've
Yes.
got one comment. I have a Ward 3 meeting
Oh, I'm
Tuesday.
sorry, yeah.
May 12th at 7 o'clock at the library.
Okay.
I think we should ask ALERG if they want to continue. It may be, they're indicating it's kind of late. Not sure if they want to participate at this late hour.
Well, we can, if they don't want to, we can do that. We can go to executive session if they want. Well, then we'll move out of it. That's all.
Yeah. Mr. Council President?
Yes.
If I may. I mean, it's late for all of us, but the whole point of the executive session was to discuss important things.
Spend some time with them, yeah.
And we're here. I mean, we're all
Yeah.
here. So, I mean, at this point, what's another 15, 20 minutes?
Go ahead.
I move that in compliance with the Ohio Revised Code Section 12122G2, council will adjourn to executive session to consider the purchase of property for public purposes.
Please call the roll.
Mrs. Fenderbosh?
Yes.
Ms. Gentry?
Yes.
Mrs. Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Koss.
Yes.
Mr. Reynolds?
Yes.
Mr. Shamir?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes. All right, and for executive session, I don't think we need you, Mr. Zemanek. And I guess we'll ask Mr. Davis, Mr. Burns, Mr. Maloof, and Mr. Esberg to be
Thank you,
here.
Judge.
And we also would have Mr. Lyden and Mr. Hunt. I don't see him.
He's not on there. He would come in.